A lovely bin just followed. Hello and welcome.
Let it touch. Let the balls touch. Let the balls touch. Let the balls touch. Yeah! Yeah, shock. Okay, the news. No! Smells like bourbon and bacon. I love it. Thank you for letting me huff your farts to you.
Rev up those fryers!
Hello. Hello, welcome in. My clothes in the washing machine. Running on 2 or 3 hours of sleep, clearly. There's a light flash in my car, I don't know what it means, you know what I mean? Thought I knew chaos, then I turned 18. Oh, it's kind of overwhelming, but hey, lemons make lemonade. Flowers bloom in the rain. Growing up is a pain, and it is what it is, okay. It's not the end of the world. There's always light where it burns. Remember the words. And it goes like this. It is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. There's new redeems! Everybody throw stuff at me. Ah! Hi, Mythic, welcome in. Also, hello. Pookie, Chimera, Sid, welcome in. Wow. But hey, lemons make lemonade. Just testing our new redeems real quick. I'm so thick right now. Look, I take up. Ah, crap! I take up the whole screen. Wow. Mwah. And it goes like this. Wow, nobody fed me. I'll feed myself.
Yum, yum.
Yum, yum. But yeah, we're going to be playing Fortnite. That's why we're on so early. The new season's out. I played a game before this, and I won. A solo game. Should be an interesting season. It's very car heavy, which I'm not exactly sold on. I rather do the pew pews than the vroom vrooms. You know what I mean? The pew pews, not the vroom vrooms. You know? I don't know how you feel about all the vehicle stuff. But yeah. I can love me better than you can. How's everybody doing? Happy Friday. You made it to the end of the week. You deserve a clap and a half. Clap and a half. Clap and a half. I'm back to normal size. But yeah, there's new redeems, guys. Check them out. We're trying a software out called VNeon. It's spelled like this. It's like VC Face and VTuber Plus had a baby. It's very feature rich. You do like this node chart style programming and stuff. It's really cool. I saw it because of Kaji. It's Kaji's fault. So yeah, I'm going to keep adding redeems. Unfortunately, I got to delete some redeems because I'm out of space. So those GIF redeems that you guys did, they might be going away. They might be going away. I'm sorry. Twitch only allows you to have so many channel point rewards, which I think is dumb, but whatever. Whatever. But how are we feeling? How are we feeling? How are we feeling now that you're at the end of the week? Mythic, I hope you're doing fantastic. You know, it is Friday. It is Friday. That means we need our anthem. We need our anthem. And it will play soon. All right. All right, Chimera. Sid, you were welcome to join the voice chat. Sid, you're up. I don't see you online right now. But you are. I couldn't find you. I'm blind. We do currently have one spot open for somebody to join right now. But you must be on my friends list already. Kicking in the front seat, kicking in the back seat. Gotta make my mind up. Which seat can I take? It's Friday, Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend, weekend, Friday, Friday. Getting down on Friday. Partying, partying, yeah, partying, partying, yeah, fun, 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 fun. Looking forward to the weekend. This is the only thing I care about in the battle pass. The Yin skin. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Which she?
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
She is, yeah. Gotta get down on Friday.
My favorite skin is actually the Peapod.
The what car?
The Peapods, the Peabody skin. The
Oh,
one with the-
Peabody. It's cute, but I will never use it. I will never use this skin.
I just really like it. I think it's adorable.
It is
I love
adorable.
I love how they made his the pod their hoodie. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Kind of hot to you, fair. I too like big villainous men. Apparently Oscar's still alive, by the way. You can get his shotgun.
How is somehow Oscar's been able to survive?
Wasn't he turned into a rug? That's what I heard anyway. Sid is
What
a
do you
tiny
mean he was
bean.
turned into a rug?
Zeus turned him into a rug or something. I don't know.
Well,
I remember somebody
Well,
saying
there's-
that.
well, there's something like that has a name.
Sid is a tiny bean. I keep my UI with Fortnite limited in size so that none of the important information is blocked. You know how it is? You know how it is. All right.
Where
So
do
that's
we
why my
go?
friends are always so small over there. Will I be loading the game anytime soon?
We're gonna land in the underworld.
Right? I literally at the edge of the map. What the fuck? Please tell me the chains are gone.
Is that a wacky inflatable tooth man over there?
Yes.
Has that always been there? Or is that new?
That's new. Nuka-Cola. I don't know why my frames are so fucked. I modified my vehicle, yay! Vehicle mods are in the game, by the way, chats. My favorite one's the turret one.
If the chains are still around, fine, but as long as the waterbending scroll is gone for good. We don't need that to come back ever.
Thank you. Yeah. Nuka-Cola for Fallout's here.
They added the Nuka-Cola, really?
Yes. One of the skins is the power armor from Fallout as well.
Yeah, I saw it, and I actually really liked how it turned out. I was skeptical about it, but
Personally, I prefer not to use the power armor in Fallout from what I've played so far. It's a little too powerful. I think everybody's landing in the wasteland section.
you think?
Nobody came here.
I saw some people there.
Knocked. Consider your pepper poached. I need my frames to chillax. I've loaded this area before. I don't know why it's acting like this area is new. Oh, you're fighting the roof.
I was trying to shoot down this chest. So what other new weapons have they added?
I don't know. I know that there's a explosive crossbow.
Draw splash? Whoa.
Sorry, I got on a murderous rampage and kind of left you.
Nuka-Cola. Is this healing?
Oh, somebody's behind me.
Bulls, you're so far away.
I know, these are bots though. Alright. Oh, Nitro Splash. Interesting.
Whoa. It's that Nike skin.
Knocked one. I think these are bots.
The Nitro Fist? What is this?
It's
Let me...
like a slower kinetic blade. It's really fun. It's really good.
Okay.
Oh, there's a car coming.
And I got a new shotgun, I guess.
Knocked one. It's really good melee damage as well.
I hear another car.
Cars have way more health, and I don't like it.
So, is this season gonna be the car meta finally?
Yeah, Crafty is gonna be so happy.
Just wait until people find out the most annoying way to probably win this season. It's just gonna be with a car.
It's the hammer, I think. I mean, the fists. It's kind of like the hammer, but you know. It's like the kinetic blade and the hammer had like a baby.
The hammer. Is the hammer like the gravity hammer?
No, I misspoke. What I'm talking about is the fists.
Okay.
It's like a combination between the kinetic blade and the hammer. They're fighting a boss over here.
Kibbles.
Oh.
Are they funny things?
Oh, I got 5 health to my name. Thank you.
I don't know if that Nuka-Cola does it.
It does. It heals and gives you shield over time.
Oh.
Wait, did we get the medallion? Does he not drop a medallion anymore? He doesn't drop it, does he? Goliath, hello! I really like the new medallion that gives you infinite ammo. It's a little busted. The hyena lady drops it.
Oh. Now you can actually give a Shoryuken?
Shoryuken?
Yeah.
Somebody in the car over here. They're trying to shoot at me. If you're able to get Chimera, please do they're on me.
Yeah, I got him. Got him.
Yeah, the hands are busted. They need to nerf them. They do. They do too much damage. I got infinite ammo! I got the medallion that gives us infinite ammo.
A crossbow?
Yeah, it's from the Nitro Dome. That means the car that they have is hers? It's a pretty decent car. Where'd they leave it, though? It's not here. They didn't take her car? I don't think they took her car. Thank you for the 90 stream streak, Goliath. How are you? So left click with the fists is a dash across. The right click gives you height.
I really like this.
It's really good. Lots of melee damage too. It reminds me of the rocket jump. The rocket hammer. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Wow,
Wait.
inflatable tube, man.
What is that? Is that the train? What is that?
Ah, there's someone over there.
Oh. Oh, those are NPCs. Gotcha. Ah! I used the rocket to boost the thing forward, and it killed them. I got credit. There's people fighting the boss over here?
Oh, that thing is still so obnoxiously loud.
Oh my god, The health on the cars is too much. Way too much health on the cars. They ran away. Nerds are on you. Somebody behind me? There's lots of people here. Oh my god. We'll get you, Chimera. Hi, Cypher. How are you? Shout out to Cypher, please.
I'm playing at the same time. I can.
No worries. I don't mean you, dork.
Wow.
I'm resing Chimera. Oh. Oh, they got the turret. Sorry, Sid, I tried.
That's okay.
Health. Corn!
It's corn.
A big hunk with knobs. Just tired, fair enough. It's 1 a.m. She get some rest. Oh, there's people here. Coming back to you, Chimera. Come on, jump! Told you the hands were busted. Buck, you're in the storm. They had people placed everywhere. Ugh! Definitely get some sleep, Cypher. Let me get you a shout out. My mods are still sleeping.
I am still sleepy.
Indeed. I don't know what that screen is. Okay. That was a decent round, though. By the way, we do have a spot open if anybody's interested. Just let me know. You do have to be on my friends list already. Yeah, it was fun. The hands are broken.
Can't believe we're gonna be fisting people this season.
Not that phrasing.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
No, don't play that game with me.
What do you mean, Sid?
Nothing.
Right. Wah! So sleepy, Cypher. I'll take second place. Don't show up. Don't come out. Don't start caring about me now. Walk away. You know how. Don't start caring about me now. Can you, like, load me into the lobby? Thanks. If you don't want to see me dancing with somebody. You no longer have to set a daily quest anymore.
Some
I
of the
think-
daily,
Yeah.
the ones that you get to choose were not really.
I think we should land here.
Oh, jeez, you want to land into chaos? Okay.
Yes? That's what Wasteland's all about. There's a Yin that's all I care about is the Yin skin, Arrow. How you doing, by the way? Actually, not that many people coming here. There's a few. Oh, I can't talk to this person.
Lucy and Lutri gave Kibbles some pets.
It's the hyena.
Yeah! Hyena 4, baby! We're getting shot at. I'll open the car vault in a second. Who wants to drive? It's got a turret on it, too. I wish that sections like this would respect my music audio settings. Lucy, hello! Good day, Vamp Baby. How are ya? Welcome in. Sorry if I missed anything in the chat. I was focused. We were killing the boss. Who's gonna be the turret? Let's go!
I'll be the turret.
Oh no! Wait, Camaro. Fuck. Not that.
They both stop throwing.
I'm not throwing! Shush! Oh, it lost you, Camaro. I'm sorry. 1 second.
You're not using the car anymore?
We can. I'm getting shot at, by the way, up here. Knocked him. Yeah, this is Crafty season. This season was made for Crafty.
I mean, you could say the Rainmaster is a freak because puts on.
Knocked one. Oh my god, these hands are so crazy. Lucy, how you doing, by the way? I'm gonna imagine that there's gonna be some awesome clip shots of people with these hands. Clip compilations, I should say. You can still use them while swimming? That's so stupid. What? What? Oh, sorry to hear that, Lucy. I feel so invincible with these fists.
What is this? Oh,
What the fuck was that?
nothing.
Oh, we left the car behind. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
Well, we can go find it.
Is it on the map? No. We could go after the boss that's roaming. In theory.
Cables, you took the call.
I lost the car.
How do you lose a car? Oh, look, there it is.
You found it. All right. Where are we going? We're going... Oh, looks like the guy in the... Oh! No! Oh, you fell! Oh, I didn't mean to run him over!
Cables! Oh no, the car's gonna sink now.
It's okay. There's heals around. Just gotta look for them.
There you go.
I think we're going to purple. Oh, there's a car. Get ready, Sid.
They went through there.
I don't see them.
They went over there. There's-
Oh. We're gonna lose Camaro if we go through there. Oh! Tree took Camaro. I'm sorry, Camaro. Trunks hello.
I kinda
No!
missed him.
Damn it. I'm gonna go to purple. Keep getting distracted. Ah!
Cables.
Oh, they jumped down. Oh, okay. Well. Heck. Fantastic. Welcome in. Gonna Shout out Lucy. Gotta at least meet me where I am, you know? Exactly. Training my darndest, but if my students don't want to do the work, yeah, it's not your fault. It's on them. Good day, Vamp Baby. What kind of pizza are you having? They're having one person carrying both medallions. Interesting. Oh, the rezzing. Maybe stop camping, nerds. We love cringe players that don't leave corpses. By the way, just realized I never... Not the stupid pre-patch update, or mid-patch update. There is a mythic version of the fists. It has 5 charges. Does more damage. I don't know who drops them. I think it's the big guy. Join us for Stream Raiders on this battlefield right now. Lucy. Sorry that your students aren't doing so hot, but it's not your fault. They got to do the work too. Just make sure nobody else joined. Okay, we're good. There we go. Ah! Take that, you got shouted out.
DJ
Ow.
call me outastic.
Why are you bonking me? I haven't done anything. Oh yeah, Bonk has an animation, so does Pet now. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Do it, you won't. You won't. Ow! You know what? I'm gonna pet myself. Oh, it's on cooldown. Why is the cooldown for that so fucking long? Hello? There we go.
Kibbles Scribbles gave Kibbles some pets.
Sid is so far away.
What do you mean? I've been to bus with you.
With me, Sandy Steps is no longer Snooty Steps.
I know, I'm sad about that. I thought they would at least let us keep Snooty Steps.
Exactly, Lucy, exactly. If nobody's gonna pet you, you pet yourself. There's a squad coming here. Or two.
And somehow the house that Peter Griffin had there is still has survived after all of this.
Yeah. Can't get rid of the PETA.
Freya gave Kibbles a boop on the nose.
I'm kind of convinced that's probably just gonna be there until the end.
Yeah. Bye! Oh, you were a solo? I was facing a solo. Fleer! Thanks for the boops. Car. There's a car near me.
This just the it's just
Oh, the boss. Okay.
yeah, just leave them alone.
I think he has the mythic fist, though. I want his mythic fist in my... Ah! I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It didn't say anything. Okay? You didn't hear anything, Sid.
What?
Exactly.
Now I'm curious.
I want his mythic fist in my... Ah! Anyway.
Okay. Who? Polar Patroller?
The big guy. The big guy that's on that caravan or whatever.
Oh.
Sid is so cool. Kibbles Drools.
No, I'm not.
You're not dumb.
I didn't say I was dumb.
I thought you'd said that. I'm not hearing. Will do, Lucy. Good luck at school. Teachers kiss kids a lesson or two.
Something here called a repair tool.
Yeah, it lets you heal your vehicle. Also, the cactuses heal your vehicle too, which is weird.
The map is now just starting to look like a mix between Nevada and the Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm. I really hope the rumor that OG is coming back is not true, because I don't want it. Unless it's a separate mode.
They have wanted to bring that back as a separate.
Okay, good, 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 good. If it's
But
separate, I can deal.
again-
There's somebody in front of me.
again, my dad doesn't work for Epic, so I don't know.
Bye, initialize 0. I need this real quick. Why does the splash burn? I'm so confused. Steel, hello!
Dude, you actually ran over you actually knocked down a tree from me. That's incredible.
So like it's slurp on crack. Or slap on crack.
Hey, better slap juice. It doesn't heal you when you give your shields though.
Killed him. They were the only one.
Oh, never mind. Sorry about the gas station.
No, you're not. I would do the same.
I love the wacky inflatable Peapods.
Alright, so we got mods for the car here. Y'all heard it, though. Does anybody have a repair torch? 1 second. Should look for a repair torch. There was some where we were. I guess I could also just drive over the weird cactuses. Matt, hello! There's mods for cars. They're back, yeah. And there's new ones. I'm trying to be... Oh! If somebody wants to bring the car, I'm here. Killed one? Knocked 2. They're all dead. There's a car down here. It's the boss, never mind.
Is the train still working?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Oh, never mind. They don't like it. They don't like you getting on their bus.
Car here. People were in it. Why do cars have so much health now? I'm so confused.
Maybe Crafty was behind.
Cracked one here. The Invincible's cracked. Sadly, they're behind cover now. Where'd our car go? Arrow's joining. Matt, thanks for streaking. Also, I'll get you a shout out after this. My mods are sleeping. Sid's playing, so... We gotta get to circle.
I get in the shot.
Oh god. I didn't mean to leave you guys that far behind. Sorry.
You're pulling a Volo nose on us.
True. Zinky, hello! Say thanks for the shout out. You don't have to do that when you're playing.
It was safe, so...
Wrong button.
Well, you can't upgrade weapons anymore, right? Because it seems like that's gone.
I don't think so. I don't think there's bunkers. Oh, there is bunkers. And you can mod the weapons. Right in front of us.
Oh my god, Bullet Patroller using these fists, it really suits him.
Does it make you feel good?
Yeah.
Makes me feel good. Weapon mods are still in! I don't know if they added any new ones. Nerds.
Hi, nerd. Armor flying.
Fuck. Oh, don't you dare! I thought I was about to die just then. I had to heal, Sid. You're on your own. Coming back? Good. I think they're the last one. They're running. How you doing, Zinky?
Got him.
All right. I'm coming to you. We need Chimera's card as well. Doing very Zinky, same.
Wow, Wendell saving Bullet Patroller. It's like in the stories.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably stop it.
We gotta get Chimera. Ooh, more heals. Careful, there's people on the island. I got plenty of heals. I'm gonna res them here at the edge of storm. I'm not pooping a little bit, Zinky. Wow.
Oh no, the train isn't working anymore. It's destroyed.
Yeah.
That sucks. I actually really like it. But it's
Pretty
gone
cool.
forever. It's stuck in the sand.
Can you, like, give me credit for being here, game? Do I have to go to the outpost to actually get credit? Ugh. Whatever. I'm not taking storm damage for that. Going to circle. Jane, hello. How are you, Jane? People fighting this way? They buffed the Huntress again. Did you see that?
No.
Knocked one?
I wish they at least, those nerds at least let me upgrade this rifle.
Right.
Because it doesn't have a scope.
There was another team fighting over here.
And this one too.
Struggling to get work done. You got this. You got this. I believe in you.
There's people over there.
There are. No more water bending. I'm so happy. Knocked one. Knocked another. All dead. Another team here.
It's just
Dead.
a lot.
Nuka-Cola. Oh,
Oh, you want it? Take it.
I need shields.
If you want another one, I got one.
Oh, boom bolt. I'm gonna try it. Your demons bleed. Where's gunfire this direction? I see you.
There's another Nuka-Cola here if you want to do this.
Two cars. Same team. Had to reposition. Oh no! I don't think it does enough. The boom bolt does enough damage, to be honest. It's not worth keeping on a loadout, in my opinion. All right, they left. Nizal, hello. That's a bot
Those
behind me.
fists are too big.
They're not big enough. What do you mean?
I mean, his arms are skinny compared to the size of the fist.
I know.
That's why
I'm
was
being
thinking that it looks-
stupid. Just ignore me. Those are players, and they're really bad shots. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get y'all.
That's okay.
The fists are a little silly. I really hate that cars have as much health as they do. Hi, Tyrannosaurus. Feel bad about shooting at the bots? Don't, because they can snipe you from across the map.
They created cars that
Behind me. Or beneath me, actually.
It's like you say, Drafty's gonna like this season since they'll be able to use a car all the time.
Aw. Just camp in the cliff there. Relax, dude.
Stay low, make sure they don't see you. Catch them bad, walk down, face them with the heater. The devil under your feet, you on your way to see him. Right foot creep, ooh, walking with that heater. Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see
Nice try, thanks. But don't feel bad for the bots. That's what they're there for. All right, we had somebody join the lobby. Arrow. So, right, now that we have a full squad, it'll be two quality games with the group, and then we'll move to the next. So, around an hour wait for the next group. Give or
All right.
take a few minutes.
Oh well.
Oh, wow. Three on one at the end there? Yeah. And they were missing so much. Until they just camped a cliff with a sniper. I think the heavy sniper's gone. The Reaper?
Yeah, it's not there anymore. Really.
Reaper's gone, baby!
I think it is at least. Look,
I think Vola's gonna
I
be
love
sad,
this-
though.
I love snipers, but it was becoming too much.
Because they made them too common.
I was just getting tired of the end game having to require a sniper.
I know, Jane. We'd love to have you, but when you're done working. Wait, Stream Raiders. Don't forget to place your units. It's just me and Mythic. Also, y'all, There's new redeems, like, you know, Sonic Span. Timbers, hello. Thick.
Timbers.
Barrage. Ugh. Ugh. Ouch. Go follow those nerds. I did that too soon. Ready on up when you're ready, Sid.
Okay, can I show you one thing?
Sure. Actually, I got it unready because of stream readers.
Where
What?
is it?
Tibbers, thanks for lurking and watching. I appreciate you. Crafty, if you're out there, this is your season.
Okay, there you go, Kibbles.
Ah, beans, yes. Love beans. What do you mean? Wow. I do what I want. Wow, Arrow never talks.
Wow.
I've shrunk.
I still think Cerberus needs a shirt.
You still think what?
Cerberus needs a shirt.
No,
Nah.
no shirt. Here you go, Sid.
Also, you can take the pants off. I mean, what?
Kibbles, on my screen, it looks like Wendell's just pushing me with his feet.
Oh, well, I see beans. I see beans like I see wiener.
Oh, I can open box too.
Boy. 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 Look at
Papa
me.
Bear!
Look at me, boy. Boy.
Papa.
Papa Bear is so hot, my god.
The
Wah.
face that Oscar puts when he does that.
Look at me, boy. Look at me.
Well done, y'all. Doing alright. How are you doing? Guys, loyalty skin chest. Place your units. You can place them every 5 minutes, you know. You know you want to. Sid approves.
Wait, what? What do I mean?
I'm just being done.
Just smile and say yes.
Just smile and wave. Smile and wave, Sid. Smile and wave. Doing good, just
This
vibing
is
at the moment
Princess
there.
Bride. This isn't the Princess Diaries, you know.
Yes, it is. Vibing at the moment. Nice. Get your units on that battlefield. Or Sid's gonna cry.
What do you mean?
I want to go to one of the new areas. I'm sorry. We might die.
Oh, boy.
All of you will die, but that is a risk I am willing to take.
Exactly. I'm not as short as him, though.
Wow.
All of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Well, as long as I'm faster runner than you, I'm fine.
Mythic, thanks for the epic. Tibbers, you're epic. You never play games with me.
Not
You're-
you plunging us into chaos.
Yes. And Tibbers is always working. No rest for Tibbers. Jane's also always working.
There's a lot of people going here.
That was expected. It's the first day.
What do you mean? It's always like
I can't wait to get dropped on by some nerd who never stops playing Fortnite. Ever.
that happens all the time.
Beneath me, there's people.
Oh my god.
Fists! Oh, fist me, daddy. Wait, what?
Hello?
Yeah, Kibbles. Go on.
What do you mean go on? That's it? Knocked. I'm gonna be a pain in the ass with these, okay? Oh, I was out. Knocked. These are all bots here. There might be one player squad. Somebody around me? Nice try, nerd. I'm going to Sid. Sid's getting shot at, and so am I.
Yeah, there's people here.
Are they still there? They are. Full squad down here.
Coming.
All dead. I need medkit if anybody has one.
Not medkit, but some wraps.
Oh, Camaro has a medkit.
Wow.
I appreciate you, but this gives me full heals. Posted in my Discord. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You clipped it. Wow.
But what?
Fuel torch if you want it, or like repair torch, I should say. So there's no bosses here. Cool. At least not that I know of. Apparently you can run through trees while this is active. Isn't that
You
interesting?
can.
Oh, yeah, let's try. There's a tree.
Yep.
Oh! Oh, oh my.
I like it.
Are you getting shot at?
No, I was using the boost from those rings. Oh, cars.
Might be a NPC driving a car.
I don't know.
Gotta keep going. Oh, so there's somebody with a medallion up here.
Yeah, I'm collecting items.
They're at the Nitro Dome. Tons of people at the Nitro Dome.
Let me get some shield. There we go.
Noodles.
We do gotta get to circle. Y'all ready?
I'm ready. I got mobility. You can go without.
Oh, this is a... I don't like this. I want the other turret.
Well, that's all you got.
No, there's a turret that, does rapid fire instead of explosive.
Yep, I know. Also, I believe this was a mistake, but here we are.
It is a mistake, but, you know, just keep driving, you'll be fine.
Yep. Just keep driving, just keep driving.
Let's not abandon our friends, though. They're over there fighting people. Knocked one?
Nice.
I need to get out of there. Get Sid, please.
Yep.
Oh, fuck, I'm in the grinder! Oh, I can get out of here.
Okay, well, this is no time for grinding.
They're still here! They're in a car! They're getting away. That's okay. We're alive. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Going towards the bunker that's highlighted. They were a bot. They're dead.
Yep. That, okay, you can have it.
Sorry, I need a better AR.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Got distracted by gunshots this direction?
There's our gatekeeper shotgun here.
Ooh, I'm coming for that. Sweet, thank you.
Oh my god, if Kusul, when you are using Nitro Splash, you can also run on water.
Oh, that's neat. There's gunshots this direction, careful.
But
Oh my
you don't
god,
get
it's got a little range as well. The fists.
But when you're running on water, you don't get the boost bubbles.
Well, yeah. That was just a case with the
Airbending.
airbending as well.
Oh, also that splash is never ending, as long as you have your stamina.
Interesting.
We're at Graham's place. They kept
He doesn't drop a medallion anymore, but he still drops his shotgun.
Oh, Cerberus.
Yeah,
He's still here.
Cerberus. He still exists.
Camera, come here, come here.
I'm gonna fist you, Cerberus!
Yes, Kibbles? Yeah, I wanted that. That's why I challenged him.
Whoever picked up that shotgun, can you give it to Sid? Let's not be
I
Luke
got it, I got it.
Gremlins. Oh, you got it, you got it?
I got
Okay.
it. Yeah. It was, I wanted to duel him. I thought it would grant me the shotgun, but
There's people fighting over here, by the way.
Yep. There's an island there also, so be careful.
I think someone's using a sniper.
Roof up.
Chasing their sniper real quick.
Oh, medkit.
Their aim is weird. Weren't even looking at me. What are you talking about, Papa Bear? I was just fisting Cerberus.
Yes, Kibbles?
Yes.
I got your card. Went that way.
They're gonna snipe at you.
They can try.
Oh. They're sniping at us, by the way.
So the sniper's still around?
Yeah.
Yep. Over here, on me.
Oh, I want to go all the way up. Damn it.
Got it.
Finish him.
Oh, there's someone on me.
I think they have my fists.
Yeah, there are people on my ass.
So the hot dog that has medallions up here. I've got no ammo, by the way.
What do you need?
Medium.
Here.
Thank you. They're definitely still around. It's a hot dog. Probably dashed through the river? Shooting somebody? Good morning, Tanks. How are you? Bye!
Did you found him?
Yeah.
We found him.
There's
I
at
got
the beach.
one med kit for you tomorrow.
There's someone using crossbow.
Oh, the dash pads also propel you forward. Knocked. Those are bots, by the way. How you liking it, Tinks? They're fighting in the water? What is going on? Yeah, here they are. GG!
Let's go.
First crown victory, too! Let's go!
Well, Kibbles, what do you think about the movement in this game?
I think that the vehicles need way less health. Also, the fists need to do less damage. I think there's a new Stream Reader skin, chat.
Was this our last one, or do we have...
You have one more, because Arrow joined that round. So, one more with this group. So, next group is gonna be coming up after this. By the way, there's 2 more spots for the next group. Get in there, chat. Remember to return to lobby, y'all.
Yep, I'm coming.
I need a quick moment. Be right back.
Okay, no worries. I can't believe Sid's sick of playing with me. I'm kidding.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my god, I've already cleared all these stupid notification badges. Please. No worries, Chimera. You've been doing well. Don't you worry. So battle pass. Eh.
Oh, so Kibbles, did you know that you can find Oscar in this game? On this map?
I've heard. Where is he?
At the Classic Courts.
Oh, he moved to Tibbers' Hole. Makes sense.
I mean, yeah.
Big Tiger in Tibbers' Hole. I'm sorry, Tibbers. It's a joke. I'm sorry. I am completely immature.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm front.
Ooh. Okay, so there's a text to it when you meet Oscar. Can I read it? On your collection, character collection.
If you'd like. Centurion's available, chat. It just got released.
What?
We got a new Stream Raider skin. Just came out.
Wow.
Go get the Centurion.
So, what is the thing that you wanted to talk about, Oscar?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
so when you go to your collection, you see your characters, and
Mhm.
and if you go to Oscar, it says nothing's gonna change his stripes.
Mhm.
After going into hiding after the fall of the society, dignified bruiser Oscar has returned, and he's ready to claw back everything he's lost. Those in his way beware.
Ooh.
So he's back with the revenge.
Ready on up. Dorks. We do have another spot for the next group, which is after this round, provided we don't die immediately. Which is very possible.
Wendell looks so out of place in this team.
What do you mean he looks out of place? He's cyberpunkish.
No, nothing.
Oh.
Don't overthink it. It's nothing.
Okay. One bottom, three tops.
No, that's not what I mean.
That's what I mean.
I mean, hybrid with that cake is he a top?
I think he switches. He tops Wendell.
With that emote, I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Fine, Papa. Barely clothed this here.
No, you could be Wendell.
Papa Bear wants Polar Patroller.
Oh, well, of course he does, because he's a polar bear.
Thank you for purchasing the Centurion that just came out, Mythic. Thank you.
Papa wants his husband back.
I don't.
Is it
He's not gonna be back in his shop until they make his Lego skin, Papa Bear. And they
Please
still haven't
hurry,
made it.
Epic. Please hurry,
Well,
Epic.
Is it okay if I add something to your Discord?
Add something to the what?
To your Discord.
Go for it.
Oh, you wanna go say hi to Oscar, huh?
Yeah?
Okay.
I didn't see him all season last
That's
season.
not even his house. This is his house. Get it right.
But he's
Yeah,
at
but-
Classy Courts now.
Yeah, he's over there.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't
He got
own the
the
mansion anymore.
He got relocated.
Girl's gotta look good when she's raiding? Absolutely. I love that Bright Raider is literally just bright, but doesn't really have any raiding clothes. I don't really get that skin. There
Of course,
is.
classy.
I land a little short.
So I guess now, in theory,
Iceberg.
Oscar lives in Tibbers' hole.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier when you were in the bathroom. We said Big Tiger in Tibbers' hole.
Clip that and send it to Tibbers.
Thank you for the epic Centurion. You're epic. He's up here? Boyfriend. I'm gonna kill him for his gun, sorry.
Wow.
Where'd he go? He ran away. He's just sitting here. He's just taking it.
Ooh, I found a crossbow.
Yeah. I also found a crossbow. And a Nuka-Cola. Yeah.
And was there a reason I can't upload sounds? I mean, I can. It's letting me, but maybe it's the file.
Not that I'm aware of. You can always just send it to me and I can add it later.
I know, but I wanted to try doing it myself, so you didn't have to do all the work.
No 1080p? 1080p is not that much of an upgrade from 936p, so yeah. This is the highest quality that Twitch gets. So might as well only stream in that quality, you know? No sense doing that. Like, you can do 1080p, but there's a queue. And if you're not priority, it'll be downscaled anyway. So I just stream at 936p.
Tibbles, there you are.
Yes.
There.
What?
Oh my god, Jenkins!
But I've got the Frenzy Auto Shotgun from
There we
Oscar.
go.
Yeah, well. Take what you want.
What? Stream Raiders should not be ready. Oh, it is. I guess we'll do it while we're, you know, in circle.
Did
It's
that
safe.
sound went through?
It did go through, yeah.
Okay.
Jinkies.
Oh my god, Jenkins!
Oh my god, Jenkins! Wait, why is that ready already? Didn't we just start Stream Raiders? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Where's all my Stream Raiders at? Look at Mythic Slaying in the new Kibble skin. Oh, they got 8. They got 8. So many people, right? Mythic carrying. Alright, guys, let's try this again. It is free to play. Place your units. It's okay, Mythic. Guess everybody else is still asleep. Alright, we're twerking on the enemies, I guess. Get your units on that battlefield. It is fun. We can't win without you, though. We can certainly try. Alright. Ah, y'all left us. Mira,
I
you
missed
good?
the train.
Oh, fists. Fist my daddy.
Yes, Kibbles?
Yes, fist me daddy. That's what I said.
What? Kibbles? Come here.
What you want? I hate to see you go, but I sure like watching you leave. Thanks for streaking, Dragon. Thank you. Are we just ignoring the chest you guys spawned?
No, I'm gonna go get it.
Oh, okay. Everybody's going in different directions.
I went to get some extra wheels from this car.
Mythic, thanks for the epic. I think Camaro got this DC'd or is AFK. It's
There you
okay
go,
either way.
Giggles.
Yeah. Machine gun turret, that's the one.
No, don't destroy the inflatable. I mean, the wacky inflatable thing.
I'm destroying another inflatable right now.
What? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about, okay?
I'm just kidding. Oh, bunker!
Okay, good.
We're going there.
What?
Oh wait, Sid's getting shot at.
Oh my god.
Is it a bot, Sid?
They're just bots.
I kill it, oh, never mind. Whoop.
Excellent driving, nerd.
Well, it's your car.
Getting
Yeah,
sniped
but he's
at?
not the
Oh
one
my god,
driving.
no! Kibbles, come here.
It's Rudy?
Kibbles,
It's
come
rude.
here.
What happened?
You killed Rudy.
I killed what?
Rudy Yin.
Wait.
That was the gnome skin. That's what he's talking about.
Oh,
Not
okay,
the
okay.
actual Rudy.
I'm like, I'm sorry, Rudy. I didn't mean to be rude.
No.
The vault is opening.
Right. That's what we were doing. Before we were distracted.
By someone playing with bots.
Sweet, nobody came to take our stuff.
Yes.
Well, if they do it now, they're gonna get a fist to the face. They buffed the tactical again, so...
Be careful, they may be into that.
Why didn't the rest break? That was weird. Hold on. I want... I hate that scope. Are there new ones? There's not.
Ooh, they changed this.
They changed the UI, yeah. Wait, what? I was gonna say, you can mod the fists? No, you can't.
No, absolutely not. That should not ever happen.
That would be so broken.
Imagine you want to put a scope on your fists. What for, of course.
I mean, valid. You know, if you need that extra sight to help you aim your fist, that's valid.
I hear gunshots.
That's just me.
Wow.
I fisted you.
On live stream, how dare.
I'm going to the island in the sky. There's people fighting over here. They're on the hill.
Keyboards, be careful, you are alone there.
I'm aware. I might like... This might be the best rocket launcher I've ever used. The
Crossbow.
the crossbow, yeah.
Yeah, I also like it.
It's really fast, too. Oh, they opened the vault but didn't take the stuff.
I don't see any more spread to this. Actually makes the weapon better. Because I do love this shotgun.
Which shotgun?
Um,
Gatekeeper?
this one. What's it called? Let me think. It's the combat shotgun.
A run and
Oh.
gun combat shotgun. I also like it.
Wait, you can add run and gun as a mod, or...
No, it's the gun's name.
Oh, okay. Why does the fist sound like a seal when you're, like, using the rocket on it? You know what I'm talking about?
No idea.
It goes, ow, ow, ow. There's a car down here.
Oh my god, it's Ninja.
If anybody's got any rockets they're not using,
I'm using rocket boom bolt as well, so
You know what would be handy for this whole cars thing? If we had the shock grenade again.
Mm-hmm.
But that's removed.
Oh no!
wow.
Chimera, you fell off again.
Yes. There's people here in this building.
Yep. Keep them busy. Here, drink. Oh, you've got your medkit. Never mind.
Ooh.
I don't see anybody else here.
They stuck around. Oh, there's somebody up here in the windmill.
There- Oh shit! I hit someone.
Nice try, dude. Ninja, you are not. You don't hear the seal arfing like I do? I totally hear
No.
it.
I think it's just dribbles. But that sounds very silly.
People here. I blew up the car!
People fighting over there as well.
They're riding off them.
Why didn't you fully reload, shotgun? Fuck.
Got him.
Oh, so much death and dismemberment. Love that.
Okay, I'm gonna change into this as well.
Chimera's Chimera. I want that Yin thing. Where's it at? Aha. Where is that medallion? Oh, it's right here.
You want the crossbow?
Oh, I was thinking about it.
You can have it.
Okay, thank you.
I have one Nuka-Cola. I'm gonna risk it.
What damage is it doing right now?
2.
Careful. I don't think it
Yep.
does a lot of healing. Oh, wait, I've got the Yin medallion with infinite ammo? This is broken.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it gives you infinite ammo.
How's that fair?
I mean, it is a medallion. It reveals your location.
Okay, I have 1 point of health and a dream. Someone gave me a head medkit.
If you set the flow barrier with this, it is something.
Where's the rest of your team? Somebody's here. GG!
There we go.
2 wins in a row, baby!
I win with 1 HP.
The rocket launcher with infinite ammo is so fucking busted. That's so good. GG's, y'all.
Yeah, GG.
Moshi Moshi. Thanks for streaking, Dragon. Polar Bear win. There's one more spot for the next group, guys. Exclamation join. Thank y'all for playing with me.
Thank you for having me, kiddos.
Of course.
I better go start preparing lunch,
Sounds good.
but I'll be good.
Oh my god, Jinkies!
Wait, no. I went to the wrong thing. No.
Wow.
Huh? I didn't mean to
Wow.
join. Sorry.
Wow.
Wow.
Jinkies! Jinkies!
Jinkies. Ah!
Boy, kiddos.
Papa Bear, thanks for the lurk. And thank you, Sid. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Again, exclamation join if you're on my friends list and would like to play with us.
I mean, if there's room, I can
Go
slide
for it.
myself back in.
Go for it, Tanks. It's your turn. While I'm waiting for Tinks, I'm going to go use the restroom. Thank you. I'm going to go use the restroom anyway. I'll be right back. Work. Wait, arrow. There we go.
Oh my god, I turn back to the screen and see that bird.
Yep. Nizal and Tanks, feel free to join the Discord. But I hear it and I know. But I know you wanna take me home. Next. God, these cosmetics are whatever. Much love, Tanks. So if you'd like to join the VC, you're more than welcome. I think you were just
Hi,
resetting
Nibbles.
Discord. Hello.
Hello. You never play games with me.
What do you mean? What are you doing right now? Dork. There we go.
Work.
Bark, 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 bark.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
I know you want to take me home. I'm ready. Don't forget to place your stream raiders, dorks.
Doinks.
Too lazy for it today. Next time, Kibbles. Okay, no worries.
Just love how they gave Oscar a belly.
Wow, why are you hurting?
I love it.
Big fan.
Right?
I love it so much.
I mean,
Well,
little belly with a handsome guy. It's lovely.
mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Bitch, I have my taste. I know what I like.
You got the muscles and the belly.
The muscles.
The perfect combination.
I'm a little less about the muscles. I need to land here. I still haven't discovered it. Sorry. Ooh.
My game's still loading.
Yay, heck the kibbles.
So we're going to go to Burrito Beachhead to start and go to Nitro Dome.
You want that medal? You want that medallion, huh?
It is so busted. I want it with the crossbow again. Absolutely.
And what do all the medallions do?
So the Yin medallion at Nitro Dome gives you infinite ammo. There's one that gives you infinite nitro, which I don't exactly know what that means.
Oh, that's
Nitro
why
sprint or on cars?
Both.
Both.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's why I was able to sprint with the nitro for a long time without. Okay, so I was using that medallion. Okay, I see.
There's tons of people here.
I'm still loading.
Yeah, they want the medallion.
And there's also a medallion here, too.
I believe this is the medallion that gave you the boost. Oh god! Oh
Fuck.
Bitch, you have a shotgun. Why?
Oh my god, I can't bolt! I've got nothing!
Oh,
There's
damn.
no weapons here.
I will be there in a very long
I had
time.
I only had a pistol. I'll hide into this house nearby it. Corner.
I'm stuck. Fuck.
Uh-oh. I'll move over here. I didn't mean to get you stuck. I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's not your fault. I'm resing tanks.
Yeah, look at that person behind you is over there. Not too
Oh,
close.
hi! Damn it.
They engage the NPCs as a distraction, by the way. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here.
Please, no one come.
Damn.
I'm trying to revive the kibble. There you go.
There's still people there.
Yeah. Getting shot at. Shotgun.
Above you.
I'm here.
Yes!
Boom.
Ah!
Nice.
Oh,
No.
come on! Oh, I knocked two.
Couple more on him. The resing.
Yeah, I had to try again. Yeah.
I would like a gun.
I dropped the vehicle and left it, but not I was told to test.
I'm using a different mouse. This is not good. Oh, you can fucking boost on this.
The firing.
That's the nerd with medallion, I think. He just ran? Okay. Oh, the resing.
Oh, my card's still there actually. Yeah, that's fine.
What are you doing,
Nice.
stupid little guy? Ow, rude. Very rude. How do you use this thing?
Left click
That's-
is dash.
Like that.
Yeah.
Right click is up.
Oh no, they didn't take the fist. It's still there.
Humana.
Oh shit.
They got edgy
no.
Spider-Man back up. For sure.
Now I can go with the fist plus juice.
Oh, you asshole.
Ow! Pensei! Not Super Shredder. Hello, Hinte. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Were you enjoying the season?
Holy shit, that's so fast.
It is, yeah.
There we go.
It's insane.
Welcome in, Raiders. I'm
welcome
Kibbles, artist, variety streamer, and the Snack That Smiles back. And we're playing Fortnite, the brand new season. It's crazy. Hopefully you had a good time as well. Those cactuses give you shields, by the way. They also
Okay.
heal your car.
Oh, okay. That's what that does. Oh, I don't have I don't have a
Any-
ping button on this mouse.
Any
Uh-oh.
gun.
Or yeah, I don't have a ping button. There's a car over there.
Let's see. Get rid of this pistol from that.
Rated so I can figure out what's up. It's probably the fact that the update switched you back to full screen. Full screen is super laggy. I don't recommend it.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah,
Oh.
car on me.
That's why it lagged in the beginning early this morning.
Oh, that's not even a special banana. Can
Special
I
banana is gone.
Game? Yeah. Fuck you too, game.
Oh shit, oh shit. Stop. Leave me alone.
Ow. What am I doing?
Ah. They're gonna get me.
Not them being cringing with the turret.
Ring.
Cars have way too much freaking health, man. Fix it. Kaji!
Yeah. I already saw games where at the end you just have people stay in their cars shooting each other with the car weapons. Like when it's like three or two people left.
Why the heck? why the
Kaji,
heck
good
they
morning.
Why the heck they had to Mad Max this Fortnite?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're gonna have to nerf the car health.
Gave Kibbles some
Thanks for the
pets.
pets! Wait, did that work? Try this. Did that animation work?
Kibbles, shribbles, bonk, kibbles.
Ow.
Bad dog.
Thanks for the uppiece. Because of you, Kaji, I learned of new software. Ah! By the way, Hente, I'm sorry you're dealing with that issue. That was a lot of squeakies. What? Well done, y'all. It's boss time. Boss time. Hopefully you slept well, Kachi. Yes, that's a twerking pig, by the way.
Weather here is kind of moist.
Love your face as well, Kachi. Thanks for the lurk.
Oh boy, I hopefully it's not gonna be thunder this evening, night, because the sky got really dark all of a sudden.
Yeah. Did we all load into the lobby this time?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, what the heck? Okay, that's a cool daily quest screen thing.
Let's go here and then go to all of these medallion locations that are nearby.
You wanna go back?
We're going to Sandy
Oh,
Steps. Yeah.
Oh, you want some sandy steppies?
I'd rather
Lots
it
of
be
sand.
Snoot Steppies, but you know, they got rid of that.
Steppies.
Peter's mansion is still here.
But where's Peter?
Dead.
He's
Thank
fucking
God.
dead.
Mythic, thanks for the epic. Y'all go place your units. Or Arrow will cry.
Wow. Already crying.
There's one squad landing here? Yeah.
Yeah, like at least one.
Two. So they brought back the Enforcer?
Yep.
Interesting.
I didn't think I was gonna see that thing again.
Ooh, nice try.
You're epic, Mythic. I'm just dog.
Dog.
Oh my god,
Doggo.
dog.
Person sells shockwaves in here.
Does is Nitro Splash supposed to do any healing? I guess not.
No, hey. I don't... No healing.
Well, I just wasted both those nitros.
Wow, not that much weapons in this house for some reason. If I can go downstairs.
I feel like next season this area is just gonna be gone. Replaced with something else. So bots?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a bit lag. There we go.
Alright, I say we go to Nitro Dome. I want that medallion at Nitro Dome. Even if I have to pry it from somebody's cold, dead hands.
And you're already gone. Okay.
What do you mean I'm already gone?
I'm still here. What are you talking about?
You're so far away.
I'm here with you, Ara. What you talking about?
Did you hear that? He's there with me. I'm not safe. Save me.
I'll save you.
There are players fighting the thing, maybe?
They're shooting at me. Oh, those are NPCs.
Yeah. Hug my twin.
Yes.
Ow! Jesus, fuck you, asshole.
You better. You're not safe from the storm.
God, the machine gun is so good.
What's this one? Oh. Oh, they have the 50 shield passive regen back on this medallion.
We're going to Nitrodome next. It's still available.
This medallion is literally just the original medallions.
Oh,
pick up
gotcha.
Aro. Flip. No, don't flip over. Aro, jump.
Shit. Wow.
By the way, if you need to, the
1,900
cactuses do
health.
heal the car, I think. Wait, did nobody come here?
There's a
Wild.
person in here somewhere, I think. Ow. I heard footsteps.
You're hearing NPCs. I
Okay,
think.
yeah. Makes sense. It says the boss is already dead, I think.
Yeah, there are
Oh, it's right there.
people over here. There are a lot of them.
Good to know.
Yes, you transformed! Let's go!
TF, where?
This skin's so hot, what the fuck? Yes, mine! I'm gonna try this too. Wait! She gives you the infinite ammo and a crossbow! Wild. Wild!
This hurt. Ow, that's a little bit.
I wish
There's a player in
area.
here.
I wish areas would respect my music settings. Where's this player at?
They're fucking dead.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Was it a player or NPC?
If
Player,
you need
they're just
fists,
hiding here.
Fists are right there.
That first player that I heard was a real player. They're just hiding.
I'm unlocking her car, which should have its own mods.
Ooh, fist. I like
You
it.
drive. I want to be the turret. All right.
Wow.
There's a medallion below us.
Oh, bitch, this is what?
Somebody's coming. Somebody's coming.
Oh my god! Oh god! This is fast!
There's a person here. Oh no, this ain't good. This ain't good. This ain't good.
Oh my
Our
god,
friends
oh
are
my god,
fighting.
No, this ain't good.
I didn't mean to do that. Yeah.
They're in a
Oh,
car.
but fire! Where did you go? I thought you were with me.
I went to go fight the nerds.
I was driving towards the nerd.
I can't ping them. They're west. Oh fuck. Okay, that's a hole.
A hole? What?
At least you died to fall damage, not nerds.
What does this do? Does this hurt me? Ah wait.
Did you just hurt yourself?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, of
Ah, come on, I
course.
can't-
They're coming in. They're coming in.
Tell
Fuck.
me with your car.
There's a person.
No, don't run me. Aw.
I'm in their car! Oh, can I not control their fucking... I'm in their gun! I'm in their gun! I'm in their gun!
I drive someone over.
I'm in this person's fucking gun. Come here, you stupid little shit. Fuck you.
Whack! Welcome in, Jaws and friends!
Ah,
Jaws
they're on me again.
577
Fuck
just
you.
raided
No,
with 3
this is my car now, stupid. Get out, get out. Get out of here. Oh, they're in the car.
Where's-
Get this little shittle. I can fucking heal. Car broken.
Okay, Kibble, do you wanna try?
Oh my god, where did you
I need a heal,
go?
sorry.
There's 2 on me now.
Coming back.
Fuck you, asshole.
I'm grabbing
My
Tinks'
card.
card.
Yeah, you got my card.
Got their card. Guys, you should get out of the storm.
Yeah, there's a place.
Keep getting.
I had to.
1 second.
Oh wow, this medallion is so good.
We're gonna go res.
Do we wanna rest here?
Yeah, we gotta kill them first. I killed somebody. Dead.
Nice.
Resting.
We're resing now. Jaws, thank you so much for that raid. Sorry, a lot of what's happening. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Kibbles. I'm an artist, variety streamer, and the snack that smiles back. We're playing Fortnite. Hope you had a wonderful stream.
I have to say that boss's car is a crazy, crazy weird.
There's schlurps on me. Schlurp purples.
Fuck.
Does the cola stuff,
It
heal
does
health?
shield over time and health.
Okay, good.
It only does 75 shield max.
Okay.
Dax, hello. Exactly, Dax. It's wild. Well, the new movie's coming out. Furiosa. The Furiosa movie, right?
Furiosa.
Car!
Thanks, I'm behind you.
Hi. Oh,
Hey,
you're
people.
in a car.
Two guys on me.
I'll just fucking ram them, because that works. Never mind, never mind. Oops, bad,
I
oops,
can't
bad,
see.
oops, bad. Get in. Right here, in.
Ah, fuck!
Got him. And you die.
I'll go res.
It would be nice not to have to heal every 2 seconds. Coming to you? I guess I accidentally did that?
Take one of these for your health.
I'm gonna do it, yeah. Ooh, turret mod.
Oh, there's also
Assault rifle.
the vending machine here.
Ooh, Nuka-Cola. Nice.
Ooh, vending machine, vending machine. I just remember the original Law. Age is showing. I've seen the original. It's really good. Ooh. Now I'm patched up.
Do you just ram those boxes and they give the things to you?
Yes. You just drive over them.
Medallion on the island. Ooh, yes. I love the combat shotgun.
Oh, there's a vehicle.
The fuck? Okay. Where am I going? What am I doing?
Bunker, if you need modifications on the right.
Go pick up the wolf.
Gibbles, we're just gonna fly around and you're gonna shoot him.
Oh!
Okay.
Catch up a kibble.
Thought I saw somebody.
Whee! Get him, Kibbles!
I can't aim down. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way.
Can you hip fire or not?
Potentially.
Or I'm gonna go in here. Oh shit. Oh! My ass! Ow-wee! That hurt.
Oh, they took so much damage.
There's so many people around here.
Arrow, I'm coming down to you.
Oh, damn it. There it is.
Got the card. My medallion. Fuck you.
I'm gonna go res a classy. Seems like they have the same idea though. Shoot him!
That's right, go away.
That turret sucks. I've got no heals. Oh my god. Oh. Yes. Not gonna lie, the sound effects that you were making scared me, Arrow.
I'm not.
There's a car.
Yeah, car.
They're here! I don't have the health. They're on me?
I got the rest just. Oh my god.
I knocked someone, I think. Killed another.
By the way, when you kill cars now, they make the same sound as not knocking a person, so...
What? That's insane. That's so fucking stupid. There's a person. Is there... Yeah, there's players in there.
Yeah.
Player going
Oh!
Throw me over here. Throw me over here. No, don't res me. Throw me over.
I'm almost.
All dead. You're safe.
Are you
Okay.
Oh,
10, 8,
whatever. It won't let me
6,
throw it on stairs.
4, 2.
Oh. Sorry, Arrow.
Wah.
Just a lot happening, you know?
It's
Oh.
okay.
Oh, it increases reload speed too. That's nice.
There's plenty of loot for you, at least.
Res quickly. Storm.
It's 2 other teams. So they're not full. They're not full at all. Yeah. So the update swapped you back to full screen, and that's why you were lagging. It's so stupid. Real players killed a bunch of crowns over here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to try get some health for myself.
50 on top. Nice on the roof.
Oh no! Here! Below.
Knocked him. 1 left.
Yeah, on me.
Shooting at me. So 2 left.
Damn it. Or am I rock?
Oh, my fucking mouse is so bad. I threw. My mouse is so ass.
It's okay, Nuzzle.
That was so easy too.
Yeah, I thought we had her too.
Oh, well. Hinte, again, thank you for that raid. I appreciate you. Don't forget to place your Stream Raiders nerds.
Nerd.
Snerd list. So we're gonna do one more with this group, and we need 2 other players for the next group. Join on in if you're on my epic list. Wow. Wow, Hinte. Everybody go follow Hinte. I'm glad you got your issue figured out.
Milk of the cow! Milk of the cow!
Milking the cow. Wow.
Schmilkin.
Schmilk this. All I want is the Yeen skin. That's all I care about in this battle pass. They're on page 8, I think?
I like the power armor.
Yeah, page 8.
And that power armor is not bad either.
Yeah. Especially me playing Fallout before, so I definitely want that. I'm being thick armor to pretend I'm a gator underneath.
Hitbox is gonna be huge.
I don't care. I want to be good and thick.
Fair.
Oh my god, the game weapon wrap on Fallout. That's also interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing that I really love, is just the power armor, and yeah, that's I guess the guy at the very end, but that's it.
Mm.
That's it.
The Yeen power armor and the last guy.
Kibbles, I miss you, buddy.
I miss you too.
That was Raffy.
I miss you too, Ralphie.
We're going? Okay. I love you, baby. See you later.
The only thing I care about is the Yin skin, yeah.
So where you wanna go now?
I don't know. Where do you want to go?
Damn.
Oops. There. Go.
Wait, what?
There?
Wait,
Wait, no. Oops. There. I
oh,
fucking.
made an accident. Hold on.
Where?
I don't know.
The funny dome.
Oh.
Yeah, Nezel marked that other area by mistake. I'm a little further away, but it's fine. I'll make it.
Isn't anyone here?
Why are they sleeping on this medallion? It's really good. Especially early game. It also does a damage boost.
Or
Which one
A
again?
small one.
The one with the ammo?
Infinite ammo. Especially with
Yeah.
the rocket bow. Or whatever it's called.
Like
The boom bow.
crossbow, or whatever you call it, yeah.
Where are the weapons at? Ugh.
Yeah, there's no weapons here either.
Ooh.
Or a shotgun over here at least. Oh shit. Oh, that's yeah, give me that gun. Love it.
Finally found a weapon. Dual weapon. Ha ha ha.
Wap wap wap.
Wait, where the hell did she go?
I think it spawns if you like this. Okay, yeah, you have to go through the rings.
This song.
There's a bunch of rings you have to go through to unlock the boss.
Wait,
And cars there.
Ooh. There's another thingy here. Oh, but I just.
Oh, Enforcer ARs are back. That's nice. Oh, TF. Ooh, woo.
Yes. Ooh. Ooh.
What's this guy? That's cool. Did you want the mythic kibbles?
You can have it if you want it.
Okay, thanks. You can just drop all of your ammo for every gun and just feed us now. Thank you.
Very true.
There's some pot. Oh, I thought I dropped pots up there.
Oh, I gotta unlock the car. If anybody's got shields, I could use some. Oh, there's some up there.
Yeah, but I cleaned it up there earlier.
I'll drop it down here. Oh, you got up here and I threw it down there. I'm sorry. If you get any eyes on big shields, I will take some. Nitrodome gives me big Rocket League vibes. Oh, there's giant jerry cans now? Oh, it's just cosmetic.
People fighting in this direction. Oh, wow. This car is fast.
Yeah.
The guns are definitely great. I feel like they're gonna get nerfed.
Oh, there's.
I got people on me. I need help.
Oops. I'm ass. Dead.
Somebody's behind us.
Broken.
Damn it.
Dead.
Oh my god, why is everybody here?
Resing.
You. Fuck.
I got no health.
Stick with me. Over here. Above us, I'm going up there.
Yeah, diamond down.
In a car. Oh, I have no fucking ammo. Oh, fuck you.
Oh, come on.
Fuck.
There is 2 people on me.
Did you lose the medallion?
I'm A3.
No, I have it.
Oh, it's not showing for me.
They are fighting another team.
I am aware, yeah. Healing.
Oh my god, not this. Miles Morales is on me.
I was gonna say, why? Sorry.
It's okay.
Wow, you're such bad shots. I'm surprised my team was downed.
Oh, that's.
Oh no.
It might pass you and go to the other person. Maybe.
No, you
Nope.
better run.
I guess I'm going back to the drome. Back where we started.
Back where we were born.
Let's try this again.
Dropping a bunch of ammo that I don't need.
Car.
Oh, they're after your ass.
Yep, there's the guy in the car.
Did anyone get the ammo kills dropped? No.
Fuck!
Probably get it. How much ammo was it?
It was all my ammo.
God damn it.
I got the card. Fuck.
Damn. Of course you have your fist.
Oh.
Let's try, dudes. Everybody's here!
Where's the other? There it is.
Cringe. Green box,
Please
hello!
die. Oh my god.
Same,
Please.
same,
All
same.
the Cora.
Jesus Christ.
We have some bad luck with Coras today.
Like, all the teams are fighting us and not each other. It's a little annoying. All we try to do is res people.
Oh boy.
No, that's not good. Very rude. Shit.
What'd you do to kick the bee nest? We just res somebody, and everybody converged for no reason.
Oh shit, you asshole.
You can go through those, and it'll launch you forward too.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Again.
Try to land on the island.
We're too low. We won't be able to land on top.
Yeah, we can get the island.
Yeah.
We'll have to go up the zip lines, I think. Yeah.
There's a rift.
Biss. Yes.
Oh, this is a mythic hand cannon up here.
Kibbles here. And yeah, thanks to.
Thank you. Whee!
Gonna have to go soon. Medallions are dying down there. Fuck! Storm's here.
There you go.
Car,
There.
front of us.
That's it. Kibbles is flying up in the air. This is over there.
Car went that way.
Cora
It's
again.
leading them. I'm fine. I'm just leading them away from you right now.
Oh god, I'm stuck!
They need to do something about these
I,
cars.
how did I
100
how
on
did I
one.
die so Oh, that's why I got hit by a bumper. That's why I died so quickly.
Knocked.
Stupid little shit.
Shit.
Revenge on
Fuck
you, Dark
you.
Dylan! Fuck you!
I got killed by a spiky bumper.
Oh, you fuck.
Cheese_burger 2004 gave Kibbles some bets.
They're resting right in front of you.
Yeah, run!
There's 4 people with you.
Same team, I'm assuming.
Maybe?
I believe.
I don't. They got a car, I don't.
You're gaming.
Oh, there are 2 squads. 3 squads.
Oh! So there are... There's one duo.
Yeah.
I see you, nerd.
Oh, well. Don't attack them. They don't know you're there. That's the other squad.
No.
Honestly, that might be good. That's honestly good, actually. That's really good that they're rezzing.
Fuck!
And they fucking fight you.
Miss.
Meow.
Whee!
I like how they're shooting at you and not each other.
Yep. We love a classic team situation.
Make sure you keep your juice on. It's the juicy juice is really good.
Oh yeah, I didn't know about the cactus.
There's a car right
Cactus is
there.
dropping juice.
Where? Oh, right there.
Yeah, that could help. Could last longer in the car.
Oh, there's shield bubbles in there too. Oh, there's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah. Yeah, go for it, dudes. I'm sorry, why aren't they killing each other?
Are they
Because,
team?
because you are furry.
Because it's Wendell.
Whoops, you missed. I was right in front of you.
Your ass.
So we just gotta get the teams to encounter each other, I guess.
Nope, they're ignoring each other on purpose.
Cora, come on, Cora. Go after the others.
Now they're fighting each other.
There we go. There we go.
That's 4 players left.
Yeah, it's you against 4.
I believe.
And they are one team.
They got a better car, though.
You can get in the buildings there.
Yeah, make them work.
Get the rose.
God.
Yeah, car.
Go.
Go. Car with high health.
Fuck, I got
Oh,
stuck.
no. Oh
Go.
Does this lead anywhere?
Wait, hide in there.
Oh, I can't.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck! Oh, no! Oh, I got stuck.
Wow.
That's right.
What's with the random peapod? I'm not too sure. Nika! The Subsumis indeed. I annoyed the crap out of them. I'll take that as a victory. It's kind of cute though, the Peabody. But I don't see myself using it. GG's, thanks for playing.
Yep, good games.
Yeah, thank you for the games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free to rejoin the queue. There's only one person in there.
Of course.
I will think about that. But now I will get some food in me and maybe take a shower. I don't know.
Wow. Eating food when you could be gaming?
I mean, it's pizza.
Fair. Sounds good, Tinks. Nika, much love, Nika.
Okay, you have
Um,
fun.
You too. Enjoy your foods.
Boy, boy, boy.
Okay. I definitely want
Guess I
the
rejoined.
pinking. Yeah, you too. Amio, hello.
I left no reason. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some. I gotta get some water.
It's not a great pass, is it? The Yin girl is good. Yeah, that's the only thing I care about is the Yin girl. Also, she tee-ups the boss. She tee-ups into the Yin, which I appreciate. Hope you're doing well, Mika. By the way, if you guys are having any issues with lag, check your full screen settings. Because this update changed it back to full screen for some reason. I'm glad you're in your new house. Unpacking's always a chore. We do have one spot left, nerds, if you'd like to join. And you're on my friends list already. Thank you for checking out the VODs, Andrew. I appreciate that. I also upload them to YouTube so they never go away. I'm calling everybody nerds, because they are. Everybody's a nerd. Sleep well, Nika. Thanks for stopping in. And thank you for the lurk. Want your romance? Well done on that boss, y'all. Next battle. We're going to twerk on the enemy. Sweet. 1 second. Right, Amia? All right. Get your units on that battlefield. Ready on up when y'all are ready. So, shout out to DJ. Shout out to Nika. I did it too soon, apparently. Andrew, thanks for checking out those VODs. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat. Yeah, the only thing I care about, Dax, is the Yeen skin. Green Fox, have you tried the Nuka-Cola yet? Yes! It's a really nice healing item, to be honest. Time to vanish to the void. Oh, no! Come back! Yeah, I caught up. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Get your units on that battlefield. Don't leave Mythic and I hanging. Jinx is so quiet.
Oops, I was muted still.
No worries.
I was on mute. All I said was, oh my god, I'm back.
Oh my god, you're back. Oh my god.
Oh my god, can I get more kibbles action?
More kibbles action indeed.
Yeah.
Open collections?
All the hugs.
View accolades? Oh. All the hugs indeed.
Yeah.
Mini Dem. Trespasser, hello! How you doing? How's everybody enjoying the new season? My major notes are they need to nerf the health of the cars. And they probably should do something about the infinite crossbow thing with the medallion. Because that's a little busted.
The thing about the crossbow, at least you can't rapid fire or anything, so.
I mean, still, it's a rocket launcher that shoots really fast, and with that medallion, it has infinite ammo.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Mouse is still bork now. We're gonna go to.
Alright. I agree.
I agree. I agree. I agree. I'm counting a couple trios heading this direction. You guys landed first.
Yep.
I think we all land before they do.
Oh, Chimera's here. I mean, Cerberus is here.
Yes.
He's a good ducko.
You can apparently challenge him for his shotgun again. There's nerds on me?
Yeah. Pot over here. Looks like I take that. Unless Chimera wanted to go.
There's somebody on me? In the water? Coming to you? Gone.
And you dead. Bye bye.
Cerberus is still here. You can duel
Yeah,
him
he
for
is.
his weapons.
And you can talk to him too. You can go talk. I want to talk to Cerberus. Give him a pet.
I do want a shotgun, please.
Oh, I definitely need ammo. I don't have a lot of ammo left.
Okay. So M, accolades. There's nerds here. These are bots.
Big pot over here for kibbles.
Thank you. Yay! Alright, we survived. This time. I want to go towards the Nitrodome. It's still unclaimed. Everybody's sleeping on it. Nobody's doing it. Sounds good, Trespasser. Can't wait to play with you.
We can trespass into a game.
What's up with all the lag right now? I've definitely loaded this area before. Come on, game.
Alright. Run him over.
There's Trio here. Just camping the area. By the way, they're still just crouching around here.
It's a vendor. Knocked another one down. And dead.
Ooh, yeah, baby. Oh, Storm's here. Not gotta worry about her car, to be honest. There's still people walking around here?
Unless they're the NPCs.
No, the
Like a bunch
NPCs
of
are
friends,
dead, I think.
Oh, okay. Probably trying to escape the storm, I guess.
It might have been an NPC. I don't know. All I know is I saw footprints. Look at this graffiti.
Yeah, it was just NPC.
Oh, okay.
We got
I don't know why the rockets on these sound like seals arfing to me, but they do. Arr? Arr? Phoenix, hello! Thanks for the epic.
Arwolf.
What's up? Oh, I see ya. Okay.
I think it's going out artwork.
I'm going to circle. Same trespasser. This is such a vibe.
I'm sailing with my car.
Come sail away. Come sail away.
Cars can do anything. You can travel across the water.
You can stay in the air pretty long with this. We finally made it to our thingy. Nah. This. Yes. You could use this for heals.
Yeah, I get it.
By the way, anybody who still needs them, fists. Fist yourself.
I already have a fist.
Alright, I'm in the circle. Going towards the radio station. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, there's people here. Dead!
Nice.
They were solo.
Phew.
By the way, ammo, I don't need it because I have the medallion.
All the ammo. Rawr. I think it's over there.
Alright, put it in!
I put it in the hole. Trying to get some updated patterns of the turn.
I don't even know if those reach. Oh, somebody's here! Dead!
And dead. They like poor Aang. Aw.
Legendary boom bolt. Ooh. What we got here?
Should let me have some of that Nicole, actually.
I repositioned. Oscar is back, woofo! Aren't we excited? I'm excited.
Yes. I get to hug him. And other things. If he lets me. So where we go? Do you go to,
Bunker!
do you go to island or
Go underneath the island to the bunker. Thought somebody went up there, but I guess not. We can go up there if you want.
Yeah, we can destroy these bushes so they can't hide. There you go. The car in front just in case. Bow here for kibble.
Oh, I got the mythic from the boss.
Oh,
So.
okay. Here I have a boot.
Ooh, yes. Put laser sight on this and we're good to go. Have some noise, Brother Slava. Alright, we're gonna go... I see nerds. Nerds on the road. Nerds on the road!
Oh yeah, they're in the car, yeah.
Coming up here.
Yeah, they're just in their car. They're shooting at my car. Yeah, run away.
Gotta get to the circle. Somebody in the water.
Oh, I see him. Yeah, jumping around.
Are we positioned here? In both of the circles? No!
I was trying to shoot their car with explosive bolts to make them get out.
Yeah.
I got too greedy.
We're crossing the bridge. So it's a trio.
Yeah.
I gotta move so they don't.
I should have only shot one bolt and then instead of just trying to shoot two.
They're coming towards your bush.
My bush? through the air and a fist through the air.
No!
Oh no! Chimera. You got to use your fist to punch through the enemy.
Right. Sure, dudes.
I believe in you. At least have a good vantage point. Use those explosive bullets.
Damn.
Wow. Good effort.
Yeah.
Ooh, that means
They followed you. Sorry, Chimera.
Trespassing time. Yay!
Trespasser! I'm ready for you.
Trespass into our party. Ooh, ooh.
Get your units on this battlefield. It's just us. We need some assistance.
The battlefield.
Thank you, Trespasser. Feeling sexy and free. Kamimi, hello. Hope you're doing fantastic.
I'm gonna switch.
I'm gonna wait for stream readers actually, or start it early. No. I don't think we have enough, actually. It's gonna be rough. Oh, we'll be fine. We're fine. I'm just twerking them in the face. It's been fun, Nero. It's been fun. It's got some issues. Cars have way too much health. I think the fists are also a little broken. It should have one less charge. And they probably do too much damage.
It's pretty good for traversal though, like going in the air.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of like the sword, that one sword item. Where
Yeah.
you, like, use the
Kinetic
sword up 3
blade.
times in the
It's
air.
like a mix between Kinetic
yeah.
Blade and Rocket Hammer. But it's been fun, Nero. Get on this battlefield.
Yeah, in my belly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Anytime.
Don't mind if I do.
Off you
How you
walk.
doing, Trespasser?
Good morning, good afternoon.
Hello,
Doing it.
Trespasser.
Good afternoon to you. It is just barely afternoon.
Yeah, pretty much. 1 o'clock over here.
12:02.
Ooh, where we landing? Where we landing?
Here. Rebel Roost.
Alright, I agree with that plan.
There's a roaming boss there as well. Thanks for the heads up, Suchi. Can I get a shout out for Suchi from a VIP or moderator, please? If you have the spoons.
There is no spoon.
Forks it is then. Thank you, Nero. I think we're gonna take a day to play more Fallout 4 tomorrow, chat. Furry Fallout,
Yeah.
specifically.
Be more relevant to the current theme of this battle pass.
Sporks are great. Of course!
I'm a little too short, but it's fine. I'll just look at this house. I'll take this car. Ooh, bulletproof tires, yes.
Wow, you're so fast.
I think because I have the nitro. Yeah, because I have nitro, that's why. Whee! Oh.
I also think, like...
I destroyed a drone with my car.
What? Permanent damage? Fuck no. Absolutely not. There's apparently quests to do stuff while you no longer can heal, by the way.
How can you no longer heal?
It says the damage is perma damage.
Oh, it's like a little challenge thing.
Oh, okay. I found some nitro boost.
Fair. I can apparently heal your car now. Suchi, how you been doing?
Do you have a bolt, Kibbles?
Do I have a what now?
The arrow, the bolt, the explosive bolt.
No, I don't.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, the basement's been cleared out.
I tried to ping that. Oh, I did, but it didn't make a sound.
Thank you, Kibbles.
You're welcome. Shaman, hello! Making something to eat? Ooh, food does sound lovely. Let's go fight this boss. Oh god, there's like tons of NPCs on this one.
I flipped over the car. Oh, let's take their vehicle.
There's battalions here? I don't know how medallions are here. Oh, their car.
Ooh. Yeah, I did not have good weapons.
Oh! Oh, damn. So close to the car. There's another car coming. Yeah, it's in the downwind. Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm so safe. I'll just probably take these two cars. Yeah, I died right next to a car, so.
They ran. Aw, you won't be able to check it out until you get home fair.
It'll be worth the wait.
Yeah, somebody was shooting at me. Oh my god, please.
Yeah, I love it. You can easily smash through all those walls. Nice. Duck for your life. Gotta do those squats. Gotta do those squats.
Squad's complete.
Nice. I'm going to the mansion.
There's a lot of teams nearby, careful.
Why did they put the DMR still in here?
That's a boss.
Oh, I knocked one down. Nice.
This gun's insane.
Ah, they got bombs.
Oh, yes! Nitro Fist, baby. I'll drop one of these medallions for you. All dead.
Nice.
There's a crown here for somebody.
Ooh, they dropped the clam. Ate my clam. Thank you, Kibbles. Could take this car too. Why not? This car is nice. Oops. Sorry, Chimera. There you go. I can catch up the Kibble squad.
Alright, I'm gonna drop one of these.
I got the car.
I'm dropping this. It gives you infinite nitro.
Oh, nice. I like that one. Nice. Nitro. I love nitro.
So the one that I'm wearing gives me shield over time. As long as I'm wearing it. Nuka-Cola for those that need heals. It gives you shields too. Ooh, Yeen medals over here. I want to go that direction.
Oh, someone revived over there.
Oh!
They revived this one over there.
Mouse.
Where'd the rest of their team go?
In the car. Whee!
Their car is so weak. Oh, another team! Watch out, y'all.
destroyed, so I wouldn't recommend going in unless you want to.
Get out! It's gonna blow! Woo. I'm doing really well, Suchi, and the season's really fun so far. They do gotta adjust some things, as they usually do. People here.
Oh, I killed him in the car. And I got him.
And they're dead.
Ooh, crayon.
Yay, I got infinite ammo! I can share my ammo with y'all.
There's a crayon over here.
Alright, so here's some ammo. I'm gonna drop the shield over time one. Somebody grab this. That doesn't already have a medallion. Then we're gonna res Chimera. Oh, I'll hold it for now, I guess. I'm gonna eat res right here.
We got your back. 3 people working together.
Alright, somebody grab this, so I don't have 2.
I already have one.
I'm going towards the gunfire in the circle.
Yeah. Looks like they're fighting each other.
And a res over there too. Somebody's here. They're dead. I'm gonna drop a bunch of ammo that I don't need. Got infinite ammo.
Ah, the ammo, thank you, Kibble. You're so sweet.
Knocked one. Knocked 2. Knocked 3. This is broken! Infinite ammo plus this medallion is so broken.
Get the loot.
Oh, damn. Team of 3. Or 4.
We're really low.
I almost had him. But yeah, that was dead. I had no
One more. Right here. They're right here. She's just standing there. She's just standing there. She's right there. Oh,
Oh, they were the last ones too.
we almost won. There is an infinite ammo medallion, Rokums. It's so broken.
Yeah. You get the infinite ammo when you hold it.
It also boosts damage.
I like the natural one. That's my favorite so far.
That's so
like
dumb. Yeah. Combining that medallion with the boom bow is insane because it's basically a fast rocket launcher, and you never run out of ammo.
I got the maximum amount of rocket launcher ammo. It's like 15, so.
13, I think.
Oh, I thought I was holding 15, but I guess that's.
It might be. I don't know. Second place is great. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I could have done better. There's like one time.
I had like 14 kills. Jesus.
Yeah, we cracked.
I don't think there's anybody else in the queue. So.
Actually, I want to be a bunny. I'm gonna be a bunny.
Yeah, it's just us. I'm gonna go use the restroom and then I'll be right back. Don't forget to place your units, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna spin right on out of here. Watch this, Rookums. Yeah, it is busted, Sochi. Be back soon, sounds good. I'm gonna eat real quick. Ugh, I got a Pop-Tart.
I'm still here. I just put that out.
Oh, no worries. Rookums, you never game with me.
Well, now's his chance. Because we got a good queue spots. A lot of good queue spots available.
Oh my god, look, Rookums at this hot Yeen.
He can't see because of the stream raiders.
Oh, right.
It's been censored by stream raiders. There we go. I can see her now.
The only reason to buy the battle pass, honestly.
I love the power armor too, though.
Yeah.
That one's also good. Because you could be big, thick armor. I could pretend I'm a gator under wearing that armor or something. Because you can't see what's underneath.
As soon as I'm done with my Pop-Tarts, I'll go. Yes, Trespasser. They're probably gonna sell them in the store, Sochi. Those ones that you're talking about.
I want more furries.
More is good. Get your units on that battlefield. We're gonna die if we don't. One more Pop-Tart. Ooh. I gotta eat or I'll die. such a great song. Mythic, thank you for the epic. I really like that the bosses, at least one of the bosses moves around the map. So people stop landing in the same locations over and over.
Yeah, that's a good change.
Trespasser, thank you for the epic.
Welcome.
All right, I've had food. Oh.
Aw, I didn't get the hug.
Nitrodome!
Nachos.
I'm addicted to that medallion.
Addicted to the medallion. Just like Delta.
Wacky inflatable pool tool man.
Na, da, 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 da. One squad coming. You guys landed first.
Nice.
Maybe two squads. I'm not too sure. Fuck. Fell through a hole and it bothers me. This area is so freaking loud. By the way, to activate the boss, you have to pass through all the blue rings. Somebody's up here with tanks. Never mind, tanks is good.
Yep, I'm good. They're just a bunch of bots.
Yeah, at the moment.
NPCs and yeah, for now. Yeah. I don't want to jinx it.
There's two by me.
Ooh, fist. I love fist.
Two people shooting at my car. I'm gonna fight her. Ooh.
Oh, I'm almost dead.
All right, I'm gonna share this shields with you. Tanks, come back.
Oh, sorry. I was in such a rush. I'm a silly thing.
I'm also gonna drop ammo because I no longer need ammo.
Damn it! I got like a whole team down, and it must have been 2 different camps. Thanks for the res.
Mm-hmm. All right. I don't need the shotgun ammo because I've got infinite ammo now. I'm gonna unlock the car if somebody wants to drive it. Oh,
One guy's
somebody's
coming.
here.
One guy's coming. I saved Gibbles.
Nice.
Yay!
Anyone got some mini ammo?
Gonna unlock the car. There's people fighting nearby. Fuck! I did not mean to do that! No! Damn it. Wait.
Oh, I didn't mean to go out this far.
Bots. I knocked one. Crafty, if you can hear me, this is so your season.
I know. It's trust me. I can.
Knocked.
Easy.
Being sniped at?
That was.
Oh, that was you?
That was
Okay.
me.
If anybody's got a repair torch, this car could sure use it.
I don't have one.
There's a repair in the dome.
Okay.
Oh, there's one right there. There's
Oh,
spawned.
there's one right here.
Oh, sweet.
It's like. Yeah.
Thank you. That counts as healing health. What? For accolades.
They're shooting that direction.
They're up the hill. Pineapple Ghost.
I don't know how that missed.
On.
Missed him again.
I keep missing.
It's not like
There you go.
doing it. Hey.
Whoa! Oh God!
He dead.
Somebody here! They try to get in my car.
Just ram over his dead body.
Yeah.
Squish him with the jello.
Oh,
Over there.
Chimera!
Fall damage?
Yep.
Very good.
Somebody wants to get in. They can be the
Oh,
gunner.
I was trying to throw that, not use it.
Oh crap. What?
The grenade launcher turret. Which one's better, grenade launcher or the machine gun turret?
Machine gun by far.
Oh, okay. So you don't have to get out. You just go up to
Yeah.
the pad.
Yeah, you just stay on it. It's pretty convenient.
What's this?
Spike bumper, yes. So we can bump with our spikes.
Wait, that's the wrong way. No, it's not. My map was incorrect.
You don't like maps like we used to.
True.
That's why I have GPS.
Gonna cross the bridge. Does this car have infinite fuel? What?
Yeah, they made the fuel usage much lower.
Maybe it's metal.
They want to encourage people to
Oh, there's a boss here. Should we go for them? They're roaming.
Just the medallion.
Oh, it's just on the ground.
Yeah.
Somebody should go for that.
Oh, which one is it?
I'll let you know. This one automatically replenishes shield over time.
Okay. I probably don't need that. I'll give it to others.
Come here, I'll take it.
Yeah, Chimera can take it.
Gotta back up. Oh, I flipped. No!
No. You need some new tires too, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that, as far as I know.
You'd have to go back to the dome because I knew there were some off-road tires there.
Oh. I think that's in the storm now, right? Thanks for the push.
In that direction. There we go. I just want to get my underworld dash charges.
You can do that by just driving over too.
I think I got you
There's a medallion over here.
Dang.
though. Oh, we flipped.
Flipped completely.
Their car's done.
Fuck.
Oh, where did you come
Saw
from?
that my wrong weapon. Of course. Fucking shoot me down with 2 shotguns. They're on the little house. 3 from their little house.
Knocked one.
Poor trippers. I saw that.
Cameron needs health.
What?
Oh.
Close range damage, and then I think the other guy threw a bomb at him.
That's how it goes.
I feel like the hands don't make enough noise because that person flew up to me and didn't know about it.
Yeah, I didn't hear whoever was in front of me either.
Mm.
And so all of a sudden, boom, they're there on top of the rack. I'm like, no.
I hate having to re-clear all the badges. Fix your crap, Fortnite. Please.
Phoenix Audubon gave Kibbles some pets.
Hands.
Jazz.
Bye, Phoenix. Thanks for the pets.
Oh my god, pets.
Mwah, mwah.
Tanks the Gator gave Kibbles some
Ooh,
kisses.
I think we lose. We almost lost. Mwah. Right back at you, Tinks.
Mwah. More smooches.
Ooh.
I want to smooch kibbles at the con.
Ooh.
It would have been TFF.
Yes, Sachi!
TFF was fun,
Sachi's. Oh, ow! Why throwing things at me? Eh. Brand new skin in the shop, y'all. Just came out today. A Centurion. On Stream Raider, sorry.
Oh. Let me.
Because it's fun to throw stuff at me. Wow! Put your units on that battlefield. Don't be shy. Wait, we lost Chimera? Chimera, are you done? Because we can get Sachi in. Done for now. Thanks for playing, Chimera. Sachi, you're up.
Sachi.
The Sachi. Oh.
Sachi is the nipples, the kibble scribbles.
No nipples. Oh my god, my friends list is too long.
They should have an option where you just type in like letters and it'll just immediately bring up the name.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could do that when you search up players. Maybe you could just use that if you know like what their gamer tag is.
Unfortunately, they don't show up, but they're already your friends.
Oh, that's lame. Oh yeah, because that's only for adding people. Not
Go get
for
something to eat,
searching
Chimera.
people.
Yeah. Woo! Found
'Cause
you.
everyone's online because the new season came out today, so that's what makes it harder.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe after a few days, maybe it'll be easier to find your friends.
I'll be right back. Need to go use the restroom.
Sounds good. Whatever. Feel free to join the voice chat if you like, Sachi.
I'm gonna change.
Thank you for the epic.
Hi, Kibbles.
Sachi, oh my god, I haven't heard that voice in so long.
I know.
Uh,
Okay. First time I'm playing UPC as well. I forgot to even set up all the settings.
Oh, yeah, remember, it adjusted everybody's display back to full screen for some reason, so if you're having lag with that...
yeah, I noticed, and I also changed my default language and everything, so now I'm just like, oh gosh.
Yeah. Stop that,
wow.
Epic. Don't mess with our configs.
Yeah, please.
Let's see who's in the party.
Oh, while I'm at it, I probably should look to see that my friend requests are still turned off.
Oh, thank God.
Good,
At
good, it
least-
is. All right.
At least it saved the audio visualizing.
Mm-hmm.
Leave my Dapper button.
Thank for that. That would have been awful if it started a game and I couldn't just see anything.
Absolutely. Or started a game and then you're getting spammed with offensive friend requests.
Yeah.
Which would be terrible. She's a bad little bitch.
I'm a bad little bunny. A Dapper and a bed.
Give yourself prudence and love your friends. If this is your first time loading, you might not load into the lobby. You'll load into the bus. Let me know if that happens.
That is a possibility, because I
That
had to
happened-
re-download everything.
That happened to me today. Only in the first match though, but after that it was good.
Yeah,
I
it
guess
always take a hot second, but it should be. Yeah, no, I managed.
I think it's just because of the new season. Maybe I have to like load all the assets or something. But then the second match onwards, I was able to load up in the lobby.
I say... Go to the Nitro Dome.
Yeah.
Nope. You did a 180 on my screen. Yee.
Nitro Dome again.
Yeah. It's a fun place
It's
to
our
land.
home.
I think it's a fun place to land. Also, she TFs into Yeen.
Oh my god, what? Hello, can the quest just disappear now, please?
Oh, you're talking
Just
about
press
the daily
7.
quest?
Just press 7, yeah.
Yeah, that's been annoying. Like, it's like a big empty boot box. So they gotta fix that UI issue too.
Yeah, it's not even empty yet for me at least. It shows me the quest, but it used to disappear automatically the moment match would start. And now it's just there, it's a constant bar.
Another squad's here. Careful.
I killed Morning Waffles.
There's a lot of people around me, by the way.
Hi, are you a friend or not? Oh, I don't think you are a friend.
These are bots.
That one.
Get out of the trash! That's not what I wanted.
Going to the ring. Nice.
I want one of those fists. She just yapped, yeah!
Fisted.
Alright, I'm gonna drop some ammo. I don't need any anymore.
They're gonna shield us up.
Dude. Oh yeah. That's it. Oh, dude.
All kind of nitro splash. This sounds like copyrighted music game. Hello?
Yeah, it is. Is this the Ramones? I can't remember.
I think so. There's a Boombo down here. I'm gonna unlock her car if anybody wants to drive it. She's probably got the best car.
What is that going?
Now Suchi's the turret master.
Yeah.
I am at least.
Oh, that would have been so good if I hadn't gotten through. Oh!
I got lunch.
You would have been flattened. If this was real life. Hi, AC. Jetta AC. No! AC, how you doing? Also, I'm hearing gunshots. Oh my god, it's so hard. It's so hard being a dog and driving. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Is that the boss? It is the boss. No, it's a team. It's a team commanding that. I didn't know you could drive the war bus. It's ridiculous. I'm looking for heal crates. Oh, wait. Wild that you can now heal cars with a cactus. Oh god.
Oh wow, where it's going. This is so hard to aim.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god. I got left with 1 HP.
Oh, come on. Don't get stuck on that.
I'm sorry, you should not be able to drive that. It's got too much health.
Yeah, that, take that.
I'll take that. And give it to somebody else in a bit. Oh! Moonlight Zora! Hello!
Oh my god, I got so scared when the car drove over me and it just left me with 1 HP.
Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Kibbles. I'm an artist, variety streamer, and the snack that smiles back. We're playing Fortnite. The new season just dropped, and it's insane. Absolutely insane. How was your stream? You were playing Fortnite as well. How you liking it? On the bridge. Damn, I'm gonna have to get closer.
Oh my gosh. Mouse. Please, when I want to fire one shot, I just want to fire one shot.
Knock 2? Oh, I got more ammo to drop for you all if you need it.
First, said she.
Alright, I'm dropping ammo. Again, I don't need it. I'm also dropping this medallion, so somebody take it. So you accidentally joined my party? It was an accident, yeah! Oh god! I fell!
Oh.
Damn it!
Oh, no.
Airballs.
I'll save you.
Please.
I have to kibbles.
I'm sorry, I was getting an invite request and I thought I responded to it. Turns out I joined your party. Fair, Zoroark, fair. But I don't like to join people's party
bulletproof tires. That's something new.
Yeah, so they don't shit your
without
tires.
asking, you know?
And also a thing here to heal your car up. Nice.
Nitro Splash.
Oh, there's a car up here. I'll use this.
God, I need a Nuka-Cola. Or Medkit. Medkit. You enjoying the season though, Moonlight? Also, thank you for the follow, Barkin Harbor. Love your name, by the way.
Oh my god, I almost fell off the edge.
Ah, fuck! I thought you were an enemy.
that was no, I'm not. I'm a friendly bunny. Where are the others? There's Trespasser. And then Sechi is
Up the cliff.
I'm up on the cliff.
all the way over there. Alright.
Bork, bork, bork! Thanks for
Oh,
streaking.
there's,
Let me get a shout out for you. I love your name. I'm a dog, so I'm a bit biased. Thank you again for that raid.
Yeah, I can go up there from here. Whee!
We've been playing Fortnite since this morning.
oh gosh, vault here. Not vault. What's it called? Bunker.
Bunker.
People barking after reading it. You know, I could, but I'm a quiet husky. Well, I'm a quiet husky sometimes. More Nitro Fists here if you need them.
Oh, they did that. They did the away with the, yeah.
Oh, this is the
Yeah, they made it so that it's a lot... takes a lot longer to get these... I don't know why they would do that. It makes no sense from a physics standpoint. New season indeed! Pius, it's crazy. I'm using a medallion that gives me infinite ammo. Isn't that wild, Pius? Isn't that wild? Also, they have a boom bow, which is a rocket launcher, but faster. And it's pretty
God, I
accurate.
have no gold.
Oh, it's that Jonesy. Yes.
By wacky waving tube men.
Oh my gosh, it's the Mr. John Fortnite. Oh, there's a repair torch here.
Love the song choice. These are all songs that either remind me of Fortnite or are played in Fortnite, so... Master of Puppets is one of the emotes. Repair torch, yeah. How much damage does it do? So that did 212 damage to a tree. And damage is based on distance, it would seem. Because I've done 4 damage to people's shields because they were further away.
Also, it's not like better with distance. That's
No, not really. I mean, four damage adds up if you keep hitting somebody with it over and over and over. But like, you're definitely gonna want an AR or something. Also, you and Volo are gonna be sad. The Reapers are gone. The Reapers are gone.
Oh,
I'm glad
the
too.
snipers.
Yeah, the Reaper.
Yeah. I'm glad. I was still wondering that myself because we haven't found any yet. Well,
Yeah, they're
that's good
gone.
to know. Now we can't get instant killed now, so the
Yeah.
FPS is gone.
God, I'm so
Oh,
glad.
Pius doesn't
Maybe
want
I'm
snipers. Good.
That bullshit is gone. Yeah.
Volo will be sad then. Volo might be the only one sad that they're gone.
Well, he's gonna find a new way to bullshit the game.
Rocket launcher bolts.
Like rocket launcher with infinite ammo, like I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
Knocked one.
I stepped over them. Oh hi. Wait.
Was that person just standing there?
Oh, no, they weren't. It's like, wait, who
Are they in the
like,
Fallout armor already? No way, right?
Unless they bought it. $211 to vehicles, by the way. You're gonna need to get a repair kit?
I almost died. By
Or run over the cactus, yeah.
Do we heal?
Also, they buffed the amount of damage the cars can take. Pius, it's weird.
The cars are so freaking tanky.
Well, because the cars last.
They are.
Not that they want to have the cars fight with machine guns and all that. Yeah, we gotta have both in health.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Fuck.
Nope. You're not gonna be able to arrest me.
Oh my god. Okay.
People are being really cringe with cars, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Cars
it's,
is the way to
it's
go.
just like I said. I was worried that the end game was just gonna be people in way too overpowered cars than it is.
Yep. That's happened.
That's
I
the
hate
meta
that.
right now. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to be in the car
You're gonna have to nerf the car's health.
to outlast the other players. Instead of hiding in cover, you're just hiding in the car. The only thing is, like, they can still break the window, so if they're good at aiming, they could just shoot you directly, even if you're in the car.
Still, it kind of sucks because like I had full HP and the car just drove into me and immediately got knocked.
That's because of that cow tipper thing.
Probably had a spike bumper on it or something.
I hope that water bending never comes back. That was so busted, and they never adjusted it at all. I'm so confused about that still. More skill, less weapons, right?
I mean, it's epic. They laid off like what 20% of their people. I guess it was just the entire balancing team because they only just need more skins, more everything. Just add out to it. It's fine. There doesn't need to be balance.
Yeah.
Supposedly my mouse will be here Monday.
Oh, nice.
What kind of mouse did you get?
Same one I already have. It's a Naga Trinity.
Oh, gotcha.
Get your units on that battlefield, 4 minutes. But we're going to be in another match before then. Feel free to queue or ready on up tanks when you're ready.
Yeah. Sorry, I had the phone call earlier. But my phone call is done.
You're all good.
Units. Must place unit.
Wow, nobody has fed me. I'll feed myself.
Yum yum.
Cookie! Yum yum.
Cookies. You want some milk with those cookies?
Wow! God damn it.
Stoke made him spin.
I'm just testing some new redeems. Sorry, 1 second.
Zuko, you can't use guns. Oops.
Kibbles, scribbles, bonked, kibbles. Bad dog.
Wow. Wow. Wow, Arrow. How dare thee?
Where do we go? Oh yeah, the dome again. Of course. That'll never change. Whee!
To the center of the map.
There's gonna be a million people here.
Gliders.
Oh, fist! Fist me, daddy!
Yeah?
Yeah! Fist me, daddy!
Hey, Mr. C.
Oh fuck, I don't have any gun. I've seen it. Not good. Oh, here's one. Alright.
I've got the reverse of cat dog. Dog cat.
Here it comes. There's people all over. Where the fuck is my gun? Hello?
I'm stuck? Okay, I'm fine. Sadly, this area does not respect my music settings.
This guy really tried to act cool by just dropping into the room.
Okay, there shouldn't be anybody else here. I wanna kill the heat. Give me your stuff.
There's a team over that window over there.
Oh my god, let me up! She transformed into a yin! Oh. Ah! Oh! Oh, I see. Okay. Don't forget to unlock her car.
Over here.
There's people on tanks.
Got her.
Oh wait, I'm the one that has the medallion. I'm so stupid.
You're just a dog.
Anthony, hello. Arrow, welcome back.
Honk honk.
Who's going to be the gunman?
I am.
I don't know how this is gonna work. You're probably gonna fly off.
Wait.
Send me away, Kibbles.
Oh!
Let me at him. Oh my god. Oscar with the rocket fist.
Yeah, you want to fist, yeah?
I will not say anything.
Ahead!
Can't hide anymore. Ooh, loot. I like it.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Saji.
Extra fist. Whoever needs it.
No, stab it.
Aww.
Aw, so cute. That hug looked glitched to me. That one does too, that's fine. I'll just show my booty.
Okay, I need to go this direction? Yeah, back to where we came from. Whee! Oh!
Oh,
There you go.
Saji took a lot of damage. No, I'm sorry.
oh my god, I did. I need to hold on to my fist so I can actually just fly off.
Okay,
Oh,
so
those
they,
things. Oh.
they heal the car. I think they heal shields as well, but they didn't heal
Yeah.
health. I was hoping they would, though.
No worries, just get us to another place that you want, and I'll put this up. We'll find
Okay.
something. This looks like a place that has something.
Oh, wait. Who is that?
Wait, run him
Oh,
over.
it's the Wasteland enemies.
Just an NPC. No biggie.
Delicious cabbage.
Wait,
Cabbage.
And corn?
why is my car healing over time? Is that because of my... No?
I'm getting
Shouldn't be.
spoiled. Nope,
Sorry.
there's somebody here. There's people.
Oh.
I just rushed into them. I saw the first person just trying to land and immediately charged into the midair.
Damn.
They were just getting ready
Alright,
to
I
land
need
for us.
that.
Who has some minigun ammo? I mean, how do you call it?
I'm dropping all my ammo, because I don't need it, apparently.
Oh, here you go. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'm gonna hold on to mine then.
I got some. Oh, cool. SMG is good for now.
Alright, back to the car. Ashru, hello! Can I get a shout out for Ashru? Bark, bark, bark. From somebody not playing the game. People ahead.
Can't stop me.
explosion.
Say bye to your cringe car. Knock somebody.
Oh, come on. They're low.
Oh, that is so stupid that the car does so much damage for no reason.
Right.
Ooh.
Oh, no, come on. How?
Oh my god.
I thought I was safe.
Car got you twice.
There's 2 cars now.
Damn, did that car have a bumper on it? Or?
The person. They're reviving over here.
I'm gonna stick my drugs.
Oh, I hope I make it to Sachi.
Okay, I'm gonna immediately pull out my my juicy juice and spray it all over.
Does not look like
I'm
it.
just gonna like run the corner. Grab what you can.
Why am I being sucked towards the car? Can somebody explain that to me?
Bitch.
For some reason, I'm being sucked towards the car, and that's weird.
Come on, come on. Oh, fuck. Ah! I just can't.
I had to run. I'm sorry. If you can get
They're good.
Trespasser at all.
I'll see if I can. I just gotta heal up first.
They finally left
Oh,
me.
Behind you.
oh my god! Ooh. Yeah, I think that. Oh fuck!
That's a new car
Dude,
combat? It's too
everywhere.
much. It's too much.
They're everywhere. They're
Yeah.
everywhere.
They just had 4 cars. It was like 4 people with 4 cars, and that's the game, and I hate it immediately.
Last season, water bending. This season, cars.
Yeah, just drive over people. You don't need to do anything anymore. Because car has 2000 HP and will just one-shot people.
Matt Macro Piper bonked kibbles.
Why are you bonking me? I didn't do anything.
Cause you got. I guess
Alright, I got everybody.
There's a car over there.
It's a 2-ticket, no?
I don't need that. I'm gonna revive you somewhere further in circle.
Fight cars with cars.
Spin! I missed this, yeah. I am so shocked they didn't follow me since I have a medallion. So not Grimgate is what I'm hearing.
Going toward, I guess, the underworld, Rebels Roost. What is some spots?
Yeah, there's one way back there.
Oh, they're here.
Oh, that one's even faster. Nice. Oh no, there's another car over there. The back tires are out. Oh shit.
We love cringe players.
Green water.
We love cringe players, man. Spam that grenade launcher on that car. Go for it.
The explosive arrows on those cars, man, that'll help. Oh, there's a right over there. That's a nice hidden secret van.
What? No!
You just want to uppercut, do a victory uppercut before you revive.
Uppercut.
People abusing these cars until they get nerfed is gonna be the worst. Gonna be the worst. They're gonna have to nerf them. Too much health.
I would say they have too much of everything. Like the fact that a card can just one-shot you is so ridiculous to me.
It is, yeah. Oh my god.
What the hell? That car just doubled.
What?
I tried to get into the vehicle and it doubled.
Oh, that doesn't seem right.
No, that doesn't.
Ooh, no color. Mine.
Thanks for streaking, Anthony.
I like streaking.
I bet you do. Oh.
Circle is coming in.
Oh, it's gonna hurt. Oh.
1 DPS storm still.
I really wish I had something to give you guys for mobility, but I do not.
I got my juice bottle, so I'm good.
I got this. I can punch my way to mobility.
Fist me, Sachi! No, it's not that the cart runs you over. It's that the gun on the car can one-shot you.
No, the upgraded cars can just run over you and will one-shot you. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like
you take like 100-something damage from it.
I'm just assuming the
Oh,
Spike
gotcha.
Bumper would do more collision damage than the Cowcatcher, or whatever it's called. But unless they do both.
I have no idea what's the calculation on the damage, but it's insane. Like literally, I charged into a car with this. Like I killed a person that was next to the car, and the car just like slowly drove into me, and it just broke my entire shield, like 150 shield, and I was at 70 HP. So the car just like gently bumped into me. It wasn't even like full speed with sprint, and it just like started driving, obliterated me.
Yeah, I don't think switching from Reapers to cars one-shotting you and having a ton of health is a good trade. At least the Reaper requires some skill.
Yeah, like at least with Reaper, you have to aim. With this one, you can just like keep driving because so much HP.
There's a medallion nearby. Careful. They're around Trespass or somebody that was over there. They're in a car. Run.
Yes, they are.
They're in a car. We don't have anything to beat that with.
Oh yeah, there we go. And I'm just down from 150 to 20 shields.
I feel bad for running away. Car. Can I get the cards with my car?
Yes.
Or do I have to get out of my car to get?
You don't have to get out of your car. You just drive over them. It's a full squad, and they're all in this stupid car.
Oh damn it! Oh shit! My car's almost explode. god, they're on my ass. I knocked one down at least.
Last team again.
I knocked one down.
Reporting that name.
Wait, what name? Oh man, I'm out.
Wait, I might be overthinking that name. Anyway. The rockets don't do any extra damage to cars, no. Which doesn't make any sense. Basically, cars are broken, the hyena medallion's broken. They clearly don't have anybody doing any balancing.
Yeah. They're just like, oh, we're gonna release it because it's new.
We'll let the players do the balancing for us.
So now you have situations where you're going to have entire squads each driving an upgraded car. And it's going to be miserable. They have Dragula in the shop. Ooh, nice. We do have Chu coming in. Was that our second with this group?
Yes.
I have one more spot in the next group if somebody wants to join it. I'm going to get the next 2 people in. So, thank you guys for joining. Again, I do have a spot available. Arrow. And Anthony.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break for now. I'll probably join later.
Batham, hello.
If there's nobody else, I'm gonna give it like 10 seconds and I can join in.
Go
again.
for it, Sachi. Just go.
I need a break though, so yeah.
Yeah.
maybe
No
in like half an hour,
worries.
so I'll rejoin.
Yeah, I'm just like, if anybody wants to join who hasn't played yet, do it so now.
Yeah. Anyway.
Otherwise, I will.
Thank
have
you,
to
Arrow.
go.
See you guys later today.
See you later.
playing.
Thanks for playing.
Hugs and kisses.
Thanks for the games.
Yeah. Much love. Exclamation poop, Zinky, now. No pooping. Batham, how you doing? Not the poopies. Ugh. Sachi! I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Go
Enjoy
Pez, girl.
Stream Raiders. Chad, are we vibing or are we vibing? I'm having a good time with it. It's got its issues, just like every season of Fortnite. Put your units on that battlefield, please. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it.
Hey, Gibbles.
Hello.
Long time no see.
Indeed. Good to see you.
I'm so hyped up for this new season.
It's been fun. They gotta balance it quickly though.
Needs more furries.
It does.
Definitely.
The battle pass sucks, but I had to get it because of the Yeen skin.
Like last three passes were full of, well, at least couple furry skins. Where are they now?
I know, right?
Probably
We got
saving
so
them for the
many-
item shop so they make more money.
We had so many good leaks.
Yeah, so far the only the only skin I like the most is the hyena skin. That's the only thing I like the most. The rest is just meh.
Peabody is
and
cute,
just-
but I'll never use it. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
same. Like it looks cool, but I would never use it over like Wendell and other.
Yeah. I'm mostly just gonna wear the hyena skin once I get it. That's the only thing I'm mostly just gonna wear than the rest.
I will use it maybe a couple of matches, but then I will go back to my main guy here.
we gotta
I don't know,
wait
like-
for page 8 to get the
Wait.
Yeen.
Wait, my main guy.
To be
I was talking-
honest, I didn't expect Magneto to be the secret skin. I thought the Fallout collab would be the secret skin, but I guess not. I don't know, it's just sort of weird having Magneto as a secret skin. It's weird.
Of all the characters they could have had crossover with, like the Wastelanders, why Magneto?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know why. Like, I kind of feel disappointed.
Disney's like,
on
let us, you know. Because
bit of a
Magneto's Marvel, right? Or is it DC?
Yes.
Marvel.
It's Marvel.
So Disney's like, well, let us put that in the battle pass and you give us money, okay?
I mean, you just had that X-Men cartoon
I mean,
show,
hey.
so let's put Magneto in every game we have.
Yeah. Like, they could have just collab with Mad Max, because that would be perfect.
I mean, this new season is screaming Mad Max.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And no Mad Max skin. No Furiosa. Why is there no Furiosa? The movie's out.
Yeah. They could have just done that for the secret skin, then then the Battle Pass would have been a lot better. But nah, this is kind of a letdown, on my opinion.
Yeah, the battle pass sucks, but oh well. The game's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I am hyped for the Apocalypse theme, which I do love.
I do have a feeling that people that some of my friends that play, if the battle pass is good, probably won't play this season. Oh well.
The thing I like the most is the Apocalypse theme, because I've always wanted a Apocalypse theme for a long time.
I think they should have done more of the map was a wasteland, not just a corner.
I mean, that will be amazing if the whole map was Apocalypse. That would be so good.
That's the whole map would be too much, but like half the map instead of like a third.
I'm definitely gonna wait and see like what they do with the cars, because if they don't do anything and the cars are just like they are right now,
Like waterbending was
gotta end
same
the
all the way
pass,
through.
I might just skip the entire season again.
Bro, they changed the quest. Okay, I don't know what's up with the quest. Like that they changed.
The quests are now weird.
I'm gonna go to Grand Glacier.
I'm gonna need to learn a lot in this game.
I also find it very interesting that like they do a power armor skin for Fallout, but not a Vault Dweller. Like, what's up with that?
No idea.
Where is my dead claw?
Vault Dweller would have been so easy. It's just the blue suit with the vault number.
Yeah.
Wait, what is that? What's that weird looking portal thing over there? What is
That is a boost pad.
A nitro gate or something like that.
If you go
Yeah,
through
I
it, you
need to
dash
learn
forward. It works even better on cars.
There's full team.
Yeah.
I see one over here. Okay, I cannot seem to aim at this guy, so never mind.
Oh god, there's no items in this corner. Why are there no items in this corner?
Ooh, what's this? Oh, combat shotgun. Okay, it's been a while I've seen this. Like, in a long time. I completely forgot this shotgun exists. But well, it's good to see it back. I will say it's kind of good.
Oh, I was hoping you had another weapon, but you do not.
Ooh, what is it? Okay, hold on. Is it just me or is the enforcer or a little different? Like this reward is a little off. Okay, maybe it's been a while I've seen the enforcer. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing.
They didn't follow me.
Yep, one guy over there. Nice. Let me see, how much is this? 28, 26, 37. Okay, yeah, I'm taking this one. Even though it's green, but I'm taking this much. It does more damage.
I don't like that gun, even though it's purple.
Which one?
Power armor is for pussies line. Oh, don't apologize, Asher. You're fine. I set my
Oh, you got it already.
automata up to be sensitive for a reason.
Yo, I found something. I found a nitro splash.
There are small potions here.
Is it like, oh wait, there's two like area effect on.
Yeah, it gives you a boost on your sprint.
You also like break objects when you run through them, which is interesting.
Oh, okay, that is interesting.
Nero Wolf gave
It's similar to
Kibble
the
some
slap
pets.
splashes, but except you just run with it. Okay, not too bad.
Ah! I've been widened.
What?
Oh.
Look at the screen. I've been widened.
Let me see.
To redeem.
Oh boy.
I'd fill up the entire screen now.
Huh.
Okay.
This isn't anything I see at Ooh, wait, huh?
I say next we go to Daddy Oscar. At
Oh,
Classy
wait,
Quartz. He's back at Classy.
Oh, it is good to see.
Wait!
It's fine.
Oh my god, what? Where did I...
Well,
Spawn so far away.
Okay, never mind. I was stuck in the car that you guys parked. I was stuck in
I didn't mean to take control, but Oh well.
Oh, it's too late now. We gotta drive.
Hold on.
We're rotting to
Ooh,
purple.
Yo, I'm controlling the gun. Let's go.
Yep. Now we got some whales under us.
The closest you get to a female wolf in this game is probably Highwire?
Yes, Highwire.
Oh yeah, wait, which is the skin I'm wearing? Wait, Highwire's in here now?
No.
No. We mean like just in general, the closest.
Somebody wants a werewolf skin.
I'm about to cause destruction with this.
Oh no! Please don't be upset at us.
Oh my god, you drove over husband.
Wait, is he alright? Is he alright?
Grew up as, I didn't grow up a society brat like Misha and Hope. I fought for everything I got. I earned it. First on the streets, then in the ring, then in the society, and whatever comes next, I'll earn that too. Also, I want the shotgun. I want the shotgun.
Wait, he's distracted. No, why don't you shotgun?
I want the shotgun. Come back here.
Like that. Kill him. Kill it. Okay, there you go. He's dead. Yeah, you can take the shotgun. It's been a while using that one, but I already know how it does. Oh wait, I found a new healing item too, which is a Nuka.
I'm sorry for killing y'all's dad. Okay, I'm sorry.
How dare, gonna cry.
I'm gonna try the Nuka Claw. What does it do? Let me try it.
Friendship with Kibbles ended.
Ooh, okay, it gives me shield effect. It's nice. I'm really needing that too. Really needing that.
You can also fight a Cerberus for their shotgun as well, but they don't drop a medallion anymore.
I want to fight Cerberus for the shotgun. I love that shotgun. Wait,
We'll have to see if we ended up. He's all the way in Grim Gate still.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's gonna be in Swarm.
May not be able to happen this time.
And it's time. Ooh, green combat shotgun. Not so good. I wonder what kind of attachments I put on this combat shock.
I'm going to that supply drop.
Alright.
You can get a Frenzy Auto Chimera at the at Oscar. You duel him.
It's nice that they're bringing back some of the mythic, the old mythic.
I'm really glad that they're not available to everybody, because getting melted by Frenzy Autos is a bit rough.
I would say it'd be chaotic if a lot of people with like a full squad having a Frenzy Auto shotgun. It'd be chaotic. Oh, speaking of Frenzy Auto shotguns, did they vault that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did they vault the Frenzy Auto shotgun? And I think about it.
Yes. The only one available is the Mythic.
Okay, finally they vaulted that, because that thing was garbage. I'm glad they vaulted that.
Sounds good, Nazal. There's fists up there if you need them.
I found
There's people here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, I was in the middle of killing these guys while you guys were all.
I launched so far up ahead that I landed initially on top of the trees.
There's somebody still alive.
Yep.
Ooh, Nuka Cola. There's Nuka Cola. Whoever
next to me.
Whoever wants to take Nuka Cola. Wait.
Bye, chili dog.
Man, there's a lot of stuff I need to learn in this new season. Holy
There's more people. Oh, they're dead.
Okay, is it just me or did they buff the combat shotgun? Holy.
Not as far as I know. It's always been good. You just gotta hit your shots, which is hard on that gun.
I two-shotted that one guy, which is which is not what I expected from the combat shotgun would do. I feel like they buffed this thing.
I say we go there, maybe? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we got time. We got time before the storm goes. Make it there. I'm ammo shockwave me backwards.
Sorry.
There.
I'll catch up to you. Oh, what are those guys up to? They got the same DMR as always.
In the backseat. Who wants to put the key in?
I got it. Ooh.
Oh, you're done fine.
Nerds over here.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay, yeah, they're far away. I don't have a
I wish I had a scope for this.
Yeah, well, I have a scope on none of my weapons, so I can't do anything. Oh, they finally brought back the heals. Whoa, dang, he's sniping that far.
Crack.
These are bots.
I'm just eyeballing.
Knock 3. Oh, crap.
You need help?
There's other teams coming in.
Yeah, I'm here. I got a car.
Oh, there it is, my combat shotgun.
Ooh, whoa. I just killed him with the turret.
Bye, Swamp Jackal. If that is your real name.
Oh
If I missed anything in the chat, let me know.
The turret in this like game is just, it's OP. They are gonna need to nerf.
Wait, there is a bunker.
I'm gonna head towards it then.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yep. Wait, okay, y'all are gonna. Oh no, it worked. Ooh, bulletproof tires. Yes, perfect. Bulletproof.
I feel like the fist needs a damage nerf and it needs to be one less charge. It's a little too good at what it does.
I didn't realize this car that I'm driving, it's not running out of fuel. I don't know. I'm gonna blow it. I don't think it's running out of fuel.
There's someone here.
Where?
No.
On me.
Oh, coming.
He's running.
Yeah, run away.
No, I believe there's more.
Oh, I just watched that guy just get pummeled to the ground.
See, like I said, the fist does too much damage. There's a big shield there.
I can't wait to try those once I find those. Is there only one person to have those, or can
the bunker was visited, but there's still weapons at least.
Okay.
Oh wait, where's my car? Crap! I just realized.
I parked it next. I parked it next to the bunker. It's right here.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was about to say.
I'm not.
Oh, the bunker's over
I was
there.
like, I'm not leaving the car. It's too good.
I was going to my own marker that was there for some reason.
And I was following you.
I'm just following you guys. I mean, even though I don't have my car.
Thank you, Mythic.
I was like, you guys are going towards the opposite direction, but I want the car still.
Wait, what the? Wait, I was running on water. Hold on, I was running on water.
When you have nitro, you run on water, yeah.
I did not know that. That is so cool.
Getting shot at.
Oh. Oh yeah, I see him. Ooh. Yeah. Just watching this fuck that guy. Running through. Alright, was that everybody?
Yep.
Yep.
I feel like we've only been fighting bots over here.
Yeah,
that means the rest are players. Oh god.
We have not found us one single real life player for the past couple minutes.
Because they're all over in the wasteland.
Yeah, it makes sense because everyone wants to land at the new areas.
They want the big car.
Yeah.
That means we're gonna be facing
And
people in a bunch of cars.
I want to see what attachments I can put on the shotgun. Oh god, the weapons bench. Okay, this is weird. Okay,
Going towards the reboot? Or going to look
So,
at the
I didn't
reboot
hear
area?
a reboot, but I heard the rifts. Like
There's a reboot over here.
Reboot nearby. Oh yeah, let's grab the car. Let's grab the car with us. Hang on.
Wait, where's the next
because we need-
circle? We gotta go back to Grand Glacier.
Oh. Okay, not far. We can get there. Alright, let's get to Grand Glacier. Which is... Oh wait,
Reboot at Grand Glacier.
Yeah.
Alright, hang on, we'll be on our way. Right.
Enjoy your shower, Nero. Enjoy.
Ooh,
There's gonna be a full squad up there, so careful.
Now I'm moving over here. We're gonna try to flank around without them noticing.
And before they're on the roof sniping.
Alright, I'm gonna park the car there just so in case they don't hear us with driving with the car.
Oh, they can't be. Okay, they rebooted, but I don't see them.
They must have ran.
They might have ran that
southwest.
way?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. They didn't see them really here, so they must have gone southwest.
Somebody's here!
Oh, hang on, we're coming. Oh yeah, I see him. I just saw him. A little bit. Run so fast, it's gonna be hard for us to catch up.
Behind that rock.
Oh yeah, I see him. This guy just keeps running. I just see him. He's running.
Yeah.
Bro's running over here.
Oh, more people are here.
Careful.
Oh yeah, I see him. Oh yeah, they see me. Oh, my
That person
goodness.
just keeps running.
Hit them for 65.
Go here, they're right in the lake.
That person ran into Storm, by the way.
That's one. There's another guy. Oh, I see him. 39. Go here. He's running, I think towards you, Kibbles? Or no, he's running away.
I'm over here.
39. Got him. Knock.
This freaking
car
car.
driving uphill.
Oh boy. We're gonna have like another team. You gotta keep running.
Oh, they got our car.
Yeah, they took the second car.
Wait, where they are? Wait, mark where they are, because I peeked out.
They grabbed our car.
Oh, wait.
Oh, there's another car. God damn it.
Oh, wait. Oh, y'all are up all the way up there. I cannot get you guys. I need to find a car to catch up to you. Hold on. Whoa, what the? Oh, wait, that's my car. Someone stole my car. This guy stole my car. Oh, and I'm getting run over by a car. Nope, I'm dead.
You're all grabbing boost pads.
Are you serious? He stole my car and then he just decides to kill me. He stole my car.
Sticks says hello.
Oh, behind you, Kibbles. I have one more Nuka-Cola on me.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the cringy players are back.
Oh, behind you.
Okay, I now I see why you guys hate the cars. Yeah, the cars are really getting annoying.
Guess what? I can be cringe too! Oh, that person killed themselves jumping after me.
Wait, really?
They fell.
Bro, people are being lost in the storm. What is going on?
No!
No!
Wait, do they have like? Is there any loot that can kill you?
Fuck!
Hey, second place. Why is it always people with like the cars? This is getting annoying.
That's unfortunately gonna be this season if they don't do something about it.
Yeah, they really need to nerf the cars. I got ran over by a car, and then the guy just gets off my car and then shoots me. Like,
Thanks for playing, y'all. That was 2, right?
That was our first.
I mean,
Oh, your
it was
first? Okay, okay.
Yeah, it was first.
All the games are running together.
The next one will be our second.
Oh my god, I'm melting over here. Like it is.
Yeah, it's been getting hotter here too.
Like it is not hot. It is. You have that feeling when you know it's gonna be a thunderous and your skin
Yeah,
is
it's humid.
all sweaty and icky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having that feeling going on right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, we had
Thanks
that
for the lurk,
at
Mythic.
the beginning of the week. It was like constantly hot, but very, very humid air.
This is so annoying.
I feel like if they're not at least gonna nerf the health on the cars, they need to bring back EMPs.
Oh, I forgot about the EMPs.
That's true. It's actually crazy that they made a car-oriented like game and they removed the EMPs.
Mm-hmm.
I hope next update they nerf the cars because this is getting out of hand.
We'll have to see. Which
This
units
reminds me
on
a
this
lot of
battlefield?
when they introduced the Attack on Titan thing. And it was like everybody who was the last 5 players, it was just, or like the last 2 teams, just everybody has the ODMs and would just jump around constantly, non-stop.
Oh my god, don't remind me.
Yeah, it was so annoying to me because I would just be sitting in the city and there's just people just jumping around non-stop. That's all they do. It's just non-stop.
Oh
now
my
it feels the same with
God.
cars.
That was so annoying.
Yeah, and now it feels like this is the cars. That's what the cars are. It's just like, oh, you have an upgraded car, you're just sitting in it. You never leave. It's your life.
Well,
now.
I'm gonna say there's just some times like where there's other seasons that'll have that one item which people are gonna spam like during endgame and it's gonna be annoying. Like the airbending, for example, which people are gonna spam the heck out of that.
They need to They need to hire more people for their balancing team.
Okay, this is my first time being here, so I'm gonna be so lost. This is my first time landing in this location. Yeah. Ooh, what the? And there's guards here? What the heck? I did not know there'd be guards here. Ooh.
There are people here, careful.
Uh-oh, no, I fell! Uh-oh, I'm in a bad spot, 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 I'm in a bad spot. I am in
Beware that if you're a streamer, this area uses copyrighted music. And just...
Whoa.
There's no way to turn it off. I have music turned off, but it ignores it.
That's lovely.
If I can get shields, then I'll be fine. Okay, thank you, game. Okay, just as soon as I say shield, give me a bottle. I'll take it. I'm gonna use the whole bottle because I just...
Oh my...
Oh,
People on top of me?
Two people.
Hold on, I'm coming to get you. Hold on.
No, it was the third team.
Alright, oh, you're down there, Kibble. Hang on. You're down there. I could probably get to you.
There's 3 people on top of me.
Yep, I'm right with you. I'm right with you, Kibble. Here. Ooh, what is going on? Oh my god, what is happening? Nope, I need to run. I need to run. Like, bro, can this guy stop chasing me? Ooh, okay, stop. Stop.
Somebody just camping the boss.
Yeah, it's the same person that camped.
Oh my god, eat my ass.
I don't know where y'all are at. This place is huge.
Yeah.
Nah, I need to get in the car. Nah, I get in the car. I'm out of here. Okay, no. Apologies.
I have no idea where I am, but I'm on an adventure.
Okay, you're down there. Hold on, no, I can get you.
Okay, I'm here.
Yep, and then we'll get kibbles.
Hope you have any healing items on you. I could use some.
I got one shield pot, which I was gonna keep for myself, but you are gonna need it more than me.
Thank you. Ooh,
Yeah.
They're literally just camping the boss because they're cowards. Okay, there we go. Now they're now they're fighting her.
Okay, you go collect the car.
Figure that out. Where the heck is it?
They're
rebooting.
Oh my god, what is everything is in chaos right now. I don't know where to shoot. I can't put those guys over there.
Oh my god. Yeah, you like to me. Yeah.
Burst her.
Yep. Oh my god. I don't know where this teammate is, but I'm just gonna risk it.
They're sitting on the boss. Now they're up here.
Oh my god, how's that gonna be? How do you not see me? No, he downed it! What is going on? What is happening? What is going on?
Wait.
She was dead.
She is alone. The other people are dead. So how is there 2 people?
She was
They're just,
teaming.
like,
She was teaming.
Oh my god, this place is chaotic. I don't know where people were at. This place is like a total maze.
Teaming super cringe.
Should we count that as a second round? Because I don't know.
Probably not.
Yeah, I believe that was maybe a little too fast.
Return to
Yeah,
lobby.
I was not ready whatsoever on what was going on. I started just punching everybody. That's all I did, and then I died. I had no idea what I was doing. whatsoever.
I
I
killed
didn't even
2
test that.
people, and then a new team just jumped in, and immediately, like, all of them landed on me. Like 3 people are.
Remember to return to lobby.
On my way. Me no think. Me use fist. Fist go unga bunga.
Okay, Hembo. I'm sorry, Thembo.
Like, I fisted the first guy, but then I tried to fist the second guy, but he was almost dead. Like, and then I don't know how that guy did.
And then a team is not killing the other team.
The things you say.
Oh, network connection.
I fist the first guy. Second guy, I work on a fist, but then
I understand what they're talking about. They fisted a guy, okay, with the mythic weapons, the weapon in a game. They fisted him. Yeah.
Yeah.
They throw punched that bitch.
Fist go unga bunga.
Real shame that she was teaming with people while the rest of her team's dead. Also, I was pretty sure she was killed, and they didn't get the reboot off. Weird.
This season is not furry friendly. Do we want to go back there or somewhere else?
Depends on where the bus is going. Search or destroy a supply llama? I haven't seen one. Like, ever.
Okay, we're going back.
Yep.
Wait, are we really going back there?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Every other time we went there, we've survived. That was just a fluke. Nero, welcome back.
Let's do this. I'm gonna try if I can find those pistols again, because that was awesome. Those pistols were powerful.
Oh my god, there's so many people landing here.
Everyone is coming here.
I mean, not like we expect it'll be less.
Go to purple.
This first day.
Oh, it's too late. It's too late. You guys are there already.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, we're gonna land somewhere else, or I don't know.
They're already down. We can't abandon them.
Alright. Shotgun. Shotgun. How this place is massive. This is like one big POI.
There are already people in cars.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, to summon the boss, you have to do a quest in a car.
Oh.
Yeah, there's just people in the car right now. I'm looking at it.
Well, if they engage the boss, stop them.
Nope. Oh my god, what is happening? I'm kind of being chased right now, and everything is. I'm not gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm in a really bad spot. I'm gonna freaking die. I'm 100%. I'm gonna die. I'm 100%.
What? How? You didn't make any fucking noise. How are you there?
Wait, no way! This guy followed me. This There's no way this guy followed me all the way here. What is going on?
Wow.
Oh,
There's
what
no
the
way
fuck?
this guy followed me all the way here.
Oh, car. My car.
Oh my god, I hate landing at new POIs in front of so many people, especially like big areas that I don't know where to go.
Your name is Gurgle Me in a kid's game. That's a little gross. Oh, that's a little gross, dude. That gave me the ick. Well, I guess people return to lobby.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, this one, next one's gonna have to be the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was way too fast.
No matter what happens, this is the last one. So, whoever's next, get ready. That would be Nizal and Stick Sizzles. The kids are home from school. Now they're going to be cringe. Oh, wait. No, they're not. They shouldn't be.
In here, in Finland, it is one more week, then it's summer break.
Ready on up,
Ready
Anthony?
up again.
Oh, sorry. Apparently there was an error. I rated up.
Yeah,
and it
no
said there was
worries.
an error. Yeah. Yeah, I'm rating up.
Hi, Enigma. Welcome in. I boops you back. It has been a while. You booped me, so I boop you back. That's how it works. That's how it works. Yes, I can, Enigma. I make the rules here.
Oh, we go say hi to Oscar.
Yep, with a shotgun.
See-
To his face.
Yep. Alright, saying hi to Oscar again.
But I'm here.
You can't refuse my reality. That's not how this works. Only I get boops. Nope.
landed. I'm landing too short, so I'm exploring this area.
Explore this, pants grab.
Wow. At least buy me dinner first.
You have a nose, so I boop your nose.
Oh my god, you took my car.
Your car? I didn't see
Yes,
your
it-
name on it.
It has my name on it.
No, you made it up.
You stripped away the name.
Oh, the animation for Nuka-Cola is so cute.
I got some, I got the bottle, the jizz bottle, who wants it? You want some of the jizz bottle?
Sure. Ow! Trav, hello! Trav! Thank you so much for that raid.
Rated with 6 viewers.
This place has
Welcome in,
nothing-
Raiders. I am Kibbles. I'm an artist, variety streamer, and the snack that smiles back. We're playing Fortnite right now. How was your stream? Did you enjoy Indigo Park? That's a great game. That's a great game. Doggo raid indeed. Welcome on in. Fists, for those that want to be fisted.
Oh, yes, give me that. Heck yeah.
More fists, for those that want to be fisted.
I think it's the opposite way around.
Are you sure? I'm not so sure. Hi, Trav. How was your stream? If anybody's not using rockets, I would love them, please.
There's another one, whoever wants it. Find another one.
I got 2 rockets here.
Ooh, yes.
Oh, wait, what do you use for the rockets, by the way?
Boombo.
Oh! Oh, I've never seen that one. I thought they were gonna put that in the next update because I've seen like different weapons in the key art, but didn't think they would bring them in.
Boombo's available. I'm gonna go for that
I'm gonna guess,
green.
Oh, I don't think the flamethrower is in the game, right?
Flamethrower? No.
They were, yeah, they were gonna bring like another weapon, which I think was a flamethrower from looking at the trailer.
But for how much I've seen it trending, I just had to play it, plus the cute raccoon. Yeah, Rambly is super cute.
Can we challenge Oscar?
Ooh, this one has the anti-car thing on it. But yeah, it was a great game. I enjoyed it. I played it before everybody else did, though, because I'm a hipster.
Wow.
I think you should play more games, more scary games solo. Not, like, super scary, but, like, I think it's fun.
Whoa, what the? Ouch! It just kicked me out.
Yeah, the boost
Diffuse! Diffuse!
Oh my god, people! On me!
Oh, we're coming.
How you doing, Diffuse?
Oh god!
Suck your fart, I will.
That moment when you are facing 3 guys at same time.
Here, take this.
I love the Nuka-Cola. Diffuse, I hope you're ready for Twisted Metal. That's basically what this is. You could not drive through me while I'm trying to fight people. How dare!
I could, but I made my decision.
Oh my god.
I started fisting him.
I goes the nut. I think the stuff they did for cars is a little too much.
It's a lot too much.
Yeah, way too many mods. For how
We
much
have
I
entire
want.
squads using upgraded cars to like defeat everybody. And you can attach guns to cars that you can shoot as well. It's insane. But yeah, Phasmo Solo is a fun time. It's a fun time. I recommend it.
Okay.
Still relaxing. Nice, nice.
Let me get this,
So the things I think are broken, cars have way too much health. There's no good counter to them. The fist does too much damage and is too much mobility. And then what was the other thing? Oh, there's a medallion that gives you infinite ammo that is easily abusable. So yeah, those are the main things. The main things that this season has that's broken with it.
Oh my god, what happened to one tire? Oh god.
Well, we got bulletproof at least. At least they can't shoot our tires.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's good news, right?
Also, the battle pass is really meh. The only good skin in there is the Fallout power armor and the hyena skin.
Making our way downtown, driving fast.
Yeah, the only thing I like the most is the hyena. I like the hyena the most. I mean, the power armor, I'm not really much of a fan of Fallout. I mean, I haven't really.
But yeah,
played it.
it's been fun though. It's fun, but there's like issues. Sorry, didn't mean.
Okay, I believe how car can one-shot people. Like I have now spiked bumpers, so that do more damage.
So it's not an anthro hyena skin. It is a chick wearing a hyena mask, but she transforms. She TFs into it, which is kind of cool. It does look neat. I'll show you after this.
Oh, we got. I think was that people or?
No, that was me. I just drove over stuff.
Oh, okay.
Wait, where's Cerberus? Is he on great at Green?
You're good. Diffuse. You're good.
I'm gonna mark it so I don't get lost.
They have an explosive bow, which pairs really nicely with the infinite ammo medallion. Like, it's super busted. Because it uses rocket ammo.
I love that you're like talking to Diffuse. Like you're on the phone and I'm just driving around. And you're just like, it's fine. We're taking a scenic cruise. I'm talking to Diffuse. You drive around.
I mean, you know.
People say hi to Diffuse for me.
Diffuse can hear you, you dork. You say hi to him.
I'm not on the phone. I'm driving.
Whoa! You just ran Cerberus over. Ow! And I'm getting paid for it.
Oh,
Jeez, guys, I think he's dead. Okay.
Are you sure? Maybe we should double tap.
Okay, I can't.
Take me off speakerphone now.
Come on, let me repair our cars.
Not you farting on me. How dare you?
Oh, they brought back the fire extinguishers or barrel
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice they brought those back. I've been kind of almost hoping they were gonna bring those back.
Wait, there's something purple in there. What is it? Oh, it's
You're
like a Coca-Cola.
purple.
Wow, I have no real response to that.
Good.
Kibbles, let me drive. Get out of the car!
What, you don't trust my driving?
I do not.
You're such a butt. Okay, maybe you're right to not trust me.
Listen, I've seen you. You and Volo. You've been you've been sitting around too much with Volo, so you've now inherited his driving curse.
For me, I don't feel safe in this car at the moment. I don't feel safe.
Also, there's stuff to heal the cars now, which is on top of there being way too much health for the cars to begin with.
Wait, did I just
To begin with
one-shot
is-
these guys?
Yes. That's what Suchi's saying.
There's a DMR who wants it.
Nah.
Oh, I'll take.
I got a better DMR, so thanks.
We have company.
Where?
Medallion. Medallion near us.
Oh, hold on. Let me get the thing real quick.
They're towards the storm coming up here.
Yeah.
They're not in a vehicle. The medallion that regenerates your shields is just left there.
Wait, where are they?
There they are.
Oh yeah.
In car.
They're right there. They're in that car. Let's go chase them. Car chase.
Rebooting next to you.
Go, 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 go! Come on, get the boost already. Just missed it. That guy's gonna die eventually. Get him! Get
Got him.
Nichols. Nice!
Dead. My medallion now.
I wanna try that. Or actually, wait, what is this? Ooh, hold on. Let me see this. Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna drop a bunch of ammo I don't need anymore because I have infinite ammo.
They're driving away.
I'm gonna try the bomb. I'm trying this one.
Are you doing okay? Oh, you're not getting shot at, are you?
They're trying to reboot.
Wait, where are you at?
Oh my god.
What happened?
I'm dead.
Oh, you're up there.
Yeah, I got feasted by Rogue.
Alive. I'm somehow alive.
There's a car behind me.
Oh, yeah, I see him. You're in this car. Try to get him out of the car.
I got their card.
Are you okay over there, Suchi?
Yeah, they're just driving with me.
Well, be careful. They're pretty far away from you. Be careful. Come on, Kibbles. Let's go. We gotta get out of here. Can't leave Suchi behind. Hang on, Suchi. We're on our way.
Chasing them down.
They're shooting at me still.
We need to catch up to you first. Hang on. We gotta catch up to you.
Oh, I think they died. They dropped the medallion. I got it.
Did they die?
They jumped out of the freaking island and just landed and died.
Crafty, this is your season! Crafty!
I'm just shooting it down.
Crafty, this entire season is about cars. You're gonna cause so much mayhem. Let's revive Arrow, y'all.
Yeah, there's nitro fists.
Yep. Alright. You guys want to enter the first and get zone? Just right here in front.
Crafty is ready to cause some mayhem.
Yep, I'm taking the F2.
This is your season, Crafty. You're gonna be the #1 Fortnite player. You've already been practicing your kills with the car.
So basically, you just like kill anybody just like with a car, just no matter what. It's an apocalypse.
Can I get shoutouts for Crafty and Wolf? Hi, Wolf. It really sounds like a seal is barking when I use the rocket. I can't unhear it. Help. Arf! Arf! Arf!
There's
Arf!
over there. Somewhere east.
I don't hear it.
What the?
What do you mean you don't hear it?
Game just wouldn't let me up there.
Where are they?
Right there behind.
Careful, Arrow.
Yep.
Oh, hang on, Arrow.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Right here, somebody.
Alright.
Yeah,
I'm coming.
Where'd they go?
Were they over here?
They are.
Right here. Mommy, are you serious? He just targeted me, really? Watch out, he's fisting you. He's fisting you. Wait, I'm Arrow. Arrow, one of you guys. Try to revive me. Or why you guys get those guys.
Ooh.
Lauren, should be fine. Just turn.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, I got you.
Yep, I'm gonna boost out of here.
Oh.
Gotta boost out of here.
I thought it was.
Oh, there's somebody next to me. Oh my god, I don't know how to...
Yep, he's dead.
Fuck! Fuck!
Oh, no! I gotta run!
Oh god, I'm screwed! You're gonna have to res me. Stop running! Come back!
Oh,
Anthony!
Just leave me, just go.
Wait, I see you!
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No worries, just go.
Throw me!
Oh, come on!
Go!
Oh my god!
Oh my god,
No! We were doing so well!
Just stay alive. We'll get you as well.
I'm going to you.
I don't have enough shields! Oh.
I got 4 minis. I don't know if it's much, but I don't know. I have 4 shields. That's all I got.
No, Sachi!
It's okay. Yeah, I had no HP after fighting the person. It just.
Oh, I don't need that.
Unluckily ran into.
That storm was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw them over there. Behind that building.
Yep, we gotta start running. Storm's closing. We gotta move. Just forget the fight. Forget fighting. We gotta go. Storm's getting close. We don't get out of here. Either we fight them or get killed in the storm, or just run away safely.
Oh. To your right, Kibbles.
I got him. He's dead.
Oh my god, come on. Give me your heals.
Yeah, finish him. Watch out. Shot at. Yo, it's Peter Griffin. Yeah, you're Peter Griffin. This ain't your season.
Can you?
Here, I got medkit kibbles. Here, taking my kit.
I got medkit on my own.
Oh, okay, I hate the bow and arrow, or I hate that crossbow. I really hate the crossbow. That hit me hard.
Where's he shooting from? Oh, I see.
He's shooting from straight ahead. He's shooting from straight ahead. I don't know where, but he's shooting from straight.
Nice.
Oh yeah, over there, over the rock, where the rock is. It's the last. I know it's the two
Shielding
guys.
up.
I've got
He's running, he's out, he's running. Oh.
ammo for you all.
Thanks for the heavy.
45.
Little Griffin is
Okay.
Little Griffin is cracked.
They're gonna have to move. No, don't.
Alright, let's move it, let's move it, let's move it. Last guy. Let's go!
Let's go! Nice.
GG!
Gosh. Let's
Sorry, Sachi.
I can't believe we did it.
Dragon, hello.
Yeah, nice.
See
Welcome
how
in.
easy this is when. See how easy this is when enemy is not using cars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much easier just, or no, it's way easier than having like people
I mean,
with cars.
we were the ones with upgraded cars. We were just like driving people over. And then I chased down the person, jumped into their car, and like spent a whole freaking minute just shooting at the car from the inside to get it down.
Well, hey, we did it, and that was our last one too, which is perfect.
Yeah, nice.
GG's.
Yep, GG. It was nice playing with you guys.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
thanks for
playing.
Yeah, bye bye.
Bye for now.
Goodbye. Goodbye forever.
There is one more spot. There you go, Kevin. Close. Reminder, y'all. If you're gonna join the queue, make sure you're in the game. I don't see you, Kevin. Request off of me, please. I'll be right back. Finish the update? Wait, you don't even have the game updated? Do you have the game updated or not? I'll be right back. Connecting very quick. And how quickly is that, Kevin? Nut. There you are. Crisis averted. Well, I wasn't sure if they finished the update because of the way they said that, so that's all. That's all. I sent you the invite. Did it work? There you go. All right. I'm peeling at Mr. Cubs. 7 hours of Fortnite's a lot.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, I just met you. So here's my number. And call me maybe. Oh, right. Moose, this is the Yin. So cool.
The Yin Bean.
The boss likes TFs into this. Oh, wow. What's wrong, Diffuse? Oh, you didn't see it? No! I mean, you can always go back in the VOD, like a couple seconds. No, she doesn't tee up into the Anthro version. It's just a mask. Oh, you saw it. Gotcha. We don't know where any of the leaked furry skins are.
Where we goobin'?
Yeah, Sochi. That would be a good one. Maybe Diffuse. Maybe. There's a bunch of bonus skins that we don't know what they look like. But usually it's just the Battle Pass skins, but with a shader on them. So we gotta temper our expectations a little bit. Why are the NPCs shooting at me? I haven't done anything yet. Sometimes they're aggro, sometimes they're not. I don't get it.
We're friends. Not shoot through this? Why can't you shoot through the fucking fence? It's a fence!
Alright, I'm going to that nerd. See, she TF'd. I didn't mean to grab the bow. If you wanted the bow, you can have it.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
I didn't grab any rocket ammo though, so hopefully you got some.
Yeah.
I just need to chill for a second and get some shields.
Is there players? What? Oh, they are players. I'm in their car. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, I'm in a person's car and they are the gunner.
Somebody's in here?
Ooh, fucking nasty.
Buying. You should probably try the pacifist thing again at some point, you know. She wishes she did a proper TF. Well, they can't all be clothes busting TFs.
Wait, you can run on the water. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, with Nitro you can.
It's really cool.
I really hate that area music ignores the music setting. It's so annoying. Yes, they can and they should. You're such a TF snob. By the way, I got a bunch of ammo I don't need anymore. Reboot.
That's me.
Oh, that's us. Okay.
What is the red circle us mean on our health?
That means you're powered up by Nitro.
Oh.
Going through the gates gives you Nitro.
Does Nitro stop fall damage?
I don't know.
I feel like I should have took fall damage a little bit before, but I don't know.
Possible. I can't believe Moose is a TF snob.
Ah! My ass. My bird ass. I need shield. Oops, I just ran in this car and blew it up.
There's your cash thingy. Going towards the pink marker. Oh crap. How am I mean?
This is a player.
I haven't abused you. What are you talking about?
What the fuck? Players on us.
Coming to you. They're running away in their car.
Little shittle. Ow, 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 wow! Fuck me. One right here on my body. I think there's another down one on my body too.
They've got a turret. A person in their turret.
There's one on the bridge. Watch out for that one on the bridge.
I'm getting away from these cringe lords in their cars.
Oh, the other bridge over here. Those are just-
Gaslighting you? Lies.
That's a bad idea. There's a res over here that's probably safe.
Kevin, no!
They're dead. Don't try to get their card, they're all standing on their body. Let's get a res. I can get it. Oh, you can go over to yellow to res.
Why are all these teams here? There's nothing there.
If you get to the yellow marker, there's an easy res right there.
Okay. But I'm being chased right now.
Nah, no one's there. Or the other one to your right. You'll be fine.
Yeah, the stupid Huntress DMR is still in here.
I love the DMR!
Enforcer's better.
It's definitely very good.
They're coming here.
Did you? Yeah, okay. Thought we finished.
They're here. Run.
Yeah, do you still have any ammo?
I do.
Oh,
If you can meet me
rude.
here, I can give you
Oh,
some ammo
asshole.
here.
Yep, they're eating my pussy.
I hit one for 67.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna fucking hate these cars so much. This is actually annoying. This is actually
Yeah, it's really
so annoying.
bad.
What is that? That's such a horrible design decision.
It is. They're here. I'm gonna die. Oh, actually, they didn't come this way. Okay.
Like, they fucking took out the EMPs.
They need to bring it back or nerf the health of the cars. Alright, we should have both cards. Crafty will be unstoppable, absolutely. I'm sure Crafty can agree that they should nerf it a little bit, right? Yellow.
Or Grimmon, we can get dashes. We just don't go straight into the medallion.
Alright, I've got ammo. I'm gonna drop it at the reboot. I really don't think the medallion should let you keep collecting ammo. That's so broken. I'm basically like
Not
a pack.
really, it's just... Yeah, it's just for your teammates, so it's just...
Yeah. Oh, they're coming back down this way? They are. They're coming back down this way, by the way.
Yeah. They're little shitters.
They are.
They're going for... Don't go straight towards them, we have nothing. They're just getting our fucking airdrop. And they will definitely have that car still. They were in it.
I don't understand. We put so many bullets into that car. It shouldn't take that much to destroy it. So lame.
We can also repair it and have repair tools, which is funny.
Yeah. I thought we weren't going towards them. They're shooting at Tartan Triple Sticky. Wait, why are we fighting them? Their car's better than yours. Not gonna be able to get you until they leave that area.
You just stay on an island. Might chase you though.
They'll definitely come here, but at least they won't be in a car.
They just get the car up there. It'd be really fucking funny.
Well, this is one way to get them out of their stupid car. And then I steal it. They did bring it up here. That's fucking stupid.
They're fucking gaming.
Oh my god. You need to fix this, Epic. This is stupid. So dumb. Can you, like, pick up the card, please? Thank you.
It's funny how the medallions are still being left behind in the storm. Surely one person went there.
Alright, I roast you. Good luck.
Oh, look in this bunker right here. Get this.
Oh my god, they're here. Oh no, that's you guys. No, I'm not talking about the cars in the portals. I don't care. They should nerf the cars.
I'm gonna rift and lead them to the right side, so you can get away maybe. What is this? Oh, it's...
Yes, use a shotgun on a car. That's a really brilliant plan.
shit? You asshole. They still have the fucking
Yeah, it's
car.
It's
That's so
pretty much
funny. Oh my
impossible to take them out. There's no counter to it.
I actually love that. That's so funny.
There's no counter to the cars right now.
They got on the island again.
Somebody here.
This is bad.
Yes, the bands can boost now, but at what cost? The worst part is, the cars don't seem to run out of fuel, ever.
Oh yeah, they definitely don't. Well, that's the last team.
In this stupid car. Which we have no counter for.
Ah, shit. Let's... That person would see me. Killed one! One's dead. Can I fucking... Game! Oh my god, that's actually annoying. Okay.
They're still in
I
that car
swear
chasing
if I
after
fucking
you.
died to that. Full killed one at least, so... They seem to not have, like, any shield. Or that was just the same one I shot earlier. Come over to me, Kibbles.
They're out of the car, finally.
Oh yeah, this is actually so good right here on the island. Oh! I'm a submarine. Like a fucking car.
The worst thing is, they can make their tires invincible, by the way.
One broken. 150. Oh, fuck me. Am I... Fuck you, stupid. I'm gonna be in my own car. Little assholes. Asshole, asshole. Not fucking giving me this.
The entire lobby is fired on that car, and it's still up. Epic, what are you doing?
Oh, there's a way I win that pretty easily, honestly.
Just get in the car with them. Anyway, I missed what Rickham said. Did they vault the Warforged? No. Ready and up, Kevin, please. Yeah, Jane. The fact that everybody in that lobby has probably fired on that vehicle and it still exists. That's awful.
One definitely was holding at least like 2 repair tools.
Take out all the repair equipment. Nerf the health. That's what I would do. Bring back EMPs as well.
Please, my babies, my EMPs. They're so fun. They just murdered them.
It does 211 to cars, but that's not that big a chunk of that car's health, to be honest. And if they get... I've seen cars with regen its health without people doing anything to earn that. So maybe it's a medallion thing, I don't know. Kevin, we're going here.
Oh, thanks for... Are you serious? Game! What is... Please. Actually stop fucking me over every single chance you get.
You should at least try it. The game's fun, it's just they didn't balance this car nonsense at all. Oh my god. Can you leave me alone, NPC? Thanks. Oh, I'm max gold.
Whoa, what? How? Really?
Yep. Bring back augments so I can spend gold again.
Oh my god, I forgot about augments, please.
That was a bot.
You're fighting the boss right now. Let's see if I can
I stopped the res.
I killed one on the boss. Oh shit. Oh fuck you, asshole.
See what I'm talking about? The hands are broken. Just went through entire teams. Somebody's in a car in there.
Asshole. Fuck you. It's mine, stupid. Fuck you, bitch. There's 2 people still in place here. 1 left, I think. Oh, it looks like the lines actually give you fall damage immunity now, which is...
Yeah, they did.
Amazing.
That was a couple updates ago.
Really?
I think so. I didn't get the crossbow from the boss. Let me go check for that, because I do love that.
Yeah, it was next to the bunker right there, but they might have taken it, maybe. We can have our own annoying ass car in here. Look.
Yeah, you can upgrade it, fully upgrade it here, or whatever.
Do we want to be fucking cringe or nah?
Go for it. Everybody else is being cringe. Might as well.
Got a repair tool. Someone take that if... There's 2 people on me here.
Bulletproof tires? Why is that an option? They were not thinking.
Ooh, murdered. At least the hands movement is really fun.
Yeah.
Actually really liking the assault AR. It's really good.
Our turn to be cringe now, players.
Oh god, shield bubbles? Shield bubbles are definitely actually a lot less cringe because they're just fun and you can't shoot through them.
The hands go through them, or at least they did for me.
Oh yeah, that's melee, so probably.
Yeah. You can dash through them with the hands.
Yeah, but hands would actually be really fun to see.
I just thought of a counter. Being in the water. Cars can't get you in the water.
You can float pretty easily.
Sure Delicious, hello. Welcome in, Delicious Raiders.
Mr. Joe Delicious just raided with 9 views.
How was your stream? Welcome in. I'm Kibbles. I'm an artist, variety streamer, and the snack that smiles back. We're playing Fortnite right now, and it's been a fun one. Meow.
It's so hard to aim with this acceleration.
Okay, bye. Hello. Doing good. Was playing some Fortnite. Got my first 2 wins of the season already. Sweet. We've gotten some ourselves. Hope you've been having a good time with it. What do you think of the cars? I think they're overpowered.
Yeah.
I think that's that everybody's in agreement.
Yeah. There's a medallion over here. Yeah.
Hi, Trix.
The only real counter is shooting through the windows, which is not impossible, but sometimes
It's really hard with them using a turret on you, though.
Oh yeah, especially how fast they go. These are just bots. So there's a player I saw in a car. Oh my god, I can't hit shit. Can I hit anything on this person? Oh my god. So stupid. Play over there.
Shooting through windows is so much harder now. Yeah. Absolutely. Every car can boost now.
Real player in a car.
Every car can boost now. Even this piece of shit.
Alien Boy broken.
Why are there so many teams here now?
That one's white in the air.
Just gonna full kill you.
Dead.
Oh, sorry. What about the explosive blow? They can mess up the car? Yeah, but I've had mixed results with that.
They're in a really hurt car.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely can, but it's a little hard to get that many shots with a crossbow on it without taking a lot of turret damage from their turret.
Dead.
If they brought the EMPs back, there'd be a counter again, which is what we want. Kevin, you've got no health. Yeah, it's a little weird, Gene, that hitting a cactus heals your car. There's somebody in here. Bye!
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are ya? Lovely weather we're having. Yeah, take out the repair equipment, reduce the health, make fuel actually matter, bring back EMPs. That's how you fix the car situation. But thank you again, Mr. Jordalicious, for that raid. Let me get you a slash shout out. Because my mods are busy today. Busy, busy, busy.
There's a medallion over here.
Yeah, they shouldn't have unlimited fuel. That's for darn sure.
Oh, on me. Oh, you asshole. There's a bunch of people in that fucking car. Whoa! That's cool. Oh, they have a shield bubble. That's so funny. I'm in their car. No, I'm not. Come here, you little shit. Ow. Let me go, game! Please. They can't get us up here, the little shits.
Knocked one. I'm out of ammo. Do you have any more rockets?
Yes. Fuck it, I cannot with this gun.
They're healing down there.
Yeah.
Knocked one.
Darth Fungus is one.
They're dead.
Nice.
They're dead. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Getting.
Okay,
Getting you. All right. I'm gonna rest.
Yeah.
Oh, they did give me one. Give you one. Sweet. But I just want to make sure.
Good gun. Oh yes, thank you.
If you can share any ammo you picked up with Kevin.
Yeah.
I also think it's really broken that there's an infinite ammo medallion.
Kevin. Kevin. Last person.
I got him. GG! Let's go! Oh, sorry, I already emoted it. GG's. That was 2, yeah?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, what I wouldn't give to wipe my butt with a spiky
second
thorny
in the,
cactus while
first
eating a heaping plate of Carolina Reaper spiced lammy nipple chops with minty pickled sour sauce.
Good sure. There's no one queue.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end though, because 8 hours of Fortnite's a bit much for me.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for playing with me.
Yeah, good games.
GG's, glad we could finish on a win.
Yeah.
I will not be doing that with a cactus diffuse. Thank you, though. I'll talk at you guys later. GG's.
Good games.
I'll see you guys soon. All right, y'all. I know you just got here, but I've been going for 7.5 hours. I think it's time for a break. Trying to get some lunch. A Pop-Tart's not going to do it, so... It's okay, Shinigami. You're just in time. We're going to raid you into another lovely bean. I'm going to see who's online real quick. So we're going to raid you into another lovely streamer. I'll dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands. Put my hand like Jesus said. We're going to go to Josie Goes Grr.
Wow.
Pius, welcome back. Diffuse, thank you for the biddies, by the way. We're raiding into Josie, who's playing Fortnite right now. I gotta take a break. 8 hours of Fortnite straight. Wait. I will do Stream Raiders now. Sorry about that. I got a little focused on the game. We just won, though. What do you think of the Battle Pass? I think it's very mid-tier. The only skin I care about is the Yeen skin. What do you think, King Guifo? Guys, let's go say hi to Josie. Here's a raid message, by the way. Copy and paste that message. If you don't, I might emote substitute your favorites. I will probably go live with something later tonight. To find out more about that, that'll be on Discord, Twitter, and Blue Sky. If I don't do something tonight, I will definitely be playing Fallout, Furry Fallout tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. I modded Fallout 4 so that every character is a furry. And it's awesome. It's awesome. All right. Let's go say hi to Josie. Thank you all for everything. Thank you for the raids. Thank you again for that raid as well, Mr. Jordy. I'm going to shout you out again. Furry Fallout. Yes! All the characters are furry, and I'm enjoying it. All right, guys. See you tonight or tomorrow. Whichever.